you see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now. Lay it on me, babe. Feel like something's happening. Every time I lose my way, I find you finding me when I was trying to be alone. Didn't plan it, happened on its own. Now you're here and there's nowhere to run. Alright, if I had to choose, it'd be me and you. If there's no us, alright, nothing left to lose. There's no me and you. Where would I run? I wanna fall in deep, I wanna jump. I'm with you now and there's nowhere to run. Alright. Dropping the pin, pull up in 5 minutes. When I come through, it gets ridiculous. Locking the door, dress on the floor, got me wanting more. Was trying to be alone, didn't plan it, happened on its own.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America. We are officially in the second half of our season. We are kicking off the playoffs for our first open qualifier this half of the season. It's open qualifier number 4 on the season. We're building on the road to London, the London Major coming up at the end of this split. So excited about it. We had 646 teams registered for this qualifier. Only 8 remain, and there will only be 4 left by the end of the day. We're gonna cut it in half. I'm Wavepunk. I got Stacks here with me, but we don't care about that. We got Bates. We got Jorby. Gentlemen, welcome back. Good to see you.
Hello! It's great to be back, Wavepunk. I love hearing your voice in my ear here on the RLCS. We got Bates with us too. Bates, what's up, man?
Man, Jorby, listen, you gotta provide the energy on the RLCS online broadcast. Apparently, people thought, man, we're not getting the same amount of levels, that same energy we get at the lands. Bring them, get them back, get them on the online shows. Get rid of Gibbs. Where's Gibbs at? Nowhere to be found. Listen, you already got to upgrade for what you had to be.
You got budget Gibbs, it's fine.
Listen, I actually I just got a little sweater on, but it's more of an upgrade from what Gibbs wears. Gibbs just wears shirts, and then you got Jordan all the way on the end. You know he's gonna provide the hype. You know he's gonna provide the energy, and then you got Stacks as well. I mean, Stacks, listen, you and me on the desk, you gotta do a 30 minutes of Bates. Don't choke.
We could put one subject over there on the L bar. Bates explains. Boom, there's your whole pre-show.
We'll see what he gets into explaining. Gibbs, by the way, is fine. He's just got a prior engagement. We'll see him back in future weeks. But yes, we will have a Gibbsless show today and tomorrow, I believe. So it'll be me and Bates and one other throughout most of the death segments. But for the pre-show here, we got both him and Jorby as well as Stacks. I'm ready to get into it, folks. Let's talk about the season. If you're just now joining us, welcome. You picked a great time to start watching Rocket League. We are halfway through our season. We just finished the Copenhagen Major there at the end of the first event, that first bar, and we are now in Open Qualifier number 4, very beginning of the red bar in the middle, and we're building up to that massive event in London, Major 2, June 20th through 22nd or 23rd, excuse me. We got 3 qualifiers here in North America to send 4 teams there. They're trying to build points right now. All of it building up to the World Championship coming up September 10th through 15th in Fort Worth, Texas. Very excited to be going back to my hometown for that one. If you want to be there, make sure you get your tickets, but the tickets aren't available for Dickies just yet. We got tickets available for London next. That is the current event we are advertising here. Big one, folks. It's going to be an exciting one. I mean, you guys have all of you were there for London 2.0.
Yes.
Right? Okay, cool. So I'm the only one who's there for London 1.0. I remember Jorby watching.
No, I went as a fan.
You were there?
I was there.
I popped off
Let's
at
go.
all.
I remember seeing your video of the Justin goal. You filmed
That's Stacks' video?
Yeah, it was Scrubkilla and Leaf standing next to each other. Just going crazy.
Yeah. It was Stacks' video that went and got all them likes on Twitter. Stacks, you were famous before you were
I had it pinned for like 3 years, so I hope it got some likes.
Chad, if you want to have the next big Stacks video, you got to go to LAN. Okay, you got to be there if you want to have the video. Jorby didn't get a video. He watched from home. That's just how.
That's right.
There's just no way to get it. So
I got to experience the moment in the moment. That's right.
That's right. We all can say where we were the moment the Justin goal went in. But folks, we got to talk about this event. We had an incredible Swiss yesterday, full of upsets and news stories. Let's talk about the Swiss. If you missed the action, we had the Snowman and Cloud9 just whipping up a storm, putting everybody into shape. Both of them qualifying through in the upper 8 here. I mean, Bates, you were watching it from the G2 broadcast, so you got to finish your day kind of quickly here, going 3-0. I mean, what else surprised you from the day?
I mean, immediately when I was here on the G2 stream, figuring out and hearing that Snowman beat Gen.G in Game 5, that was the biggest surprise of the day, without question. Because the fact that them young players, there was even tweets yesterday I saw where Armenia players were claiming that their 12th team would be able to beat the Snowman. Well, listen, that's been put to rest now, because the Snowman 3-0 being one of the best teams in the world in Gen.G, that definitely surprised me. But also as well, seeing LG fail to make it, I didn't expect that one.
Yeah, that was definitely rough for Luminosity. Cloud9 getting that top 8 after getting signed, previously being Omelet, and it had to be a tough a tough day for them. But they took care of business against teams that really fall outside of the top 8. You know, you can only win the matches that are put in front of you. Credit to Cloud9 for taking advantage of that and beating those teams outside of the top 8 to get here. But I do think that the question marks are on Cloud9 more than they are Snowman.
Well, I mean, I still, being able to have like one pop-off day, we've seen so many teams do that, Stacks. It's having 2 pop-off days, having 3 pop-off days, having 2 events, right? Like the consistency is always the thing that differentiates the good teams from the great teams in Rocket League. So are the Snowmen good or are they great? That's the question for me today.
Right, and of course, Snowman beating Gen.G put everybody into the tailspin of, oh my gosh, Gen.G's got a new coach. Is he the problem now? Is Gen.G still good? It's Swiss Day, everybody. They're fine. They have a soft bracket. They're going to be fine. They're going to be in the finals. Everything's going to be fine for Gen.G. Calm down. Come back off the ledge. Everything's okay.
Yeah, they have first kill.
But Snowmen are pretty good.
The Snowmen are good. It's just, are they great? That's the question I'm going to be looking for when they play their match today here, folks. They were not the only surprise, though, of the bracket. Cloud9 picks up Omelet. They come into this event with a lot of question marks, but a lot of anticipation and excitement. We're so excited here, Base, to see Cloud9 back in Rocket League, and they put an exclamation point on the day, making it to top 8.
They sure did. One of the most legendary organizations in RLCS history, Cloud9, returning to the RLCS. We love to see that. Picking up an Omelet squad that had some good results in the first major, moving into major number 2. You want to see what they can do. Had some quality wins, making it all the way here to the top 8, but the work's not done for Cloud9. Because now you gotta go up and do it today in the bracket. Gotta play against the Snowman here. Snowman, questions for them. Wave, you already talked about it. Are they great? Remains to be seen. Can you do it 2 days in a row? Remains to be seen. Cloud9, you've been here. as Omelet before, where we know the players, we know what they can do. So it's going to be a great matchup against those two teams later on today.
I mean, Gibbs isn't here, but he did a good job structuring the script for this event. Since they're playing each other, one of those teams is going to be great. One of those teams will do it 2 days in a row. So
The crazy thing is that only one of these players has ever made a top 4 in regionals, Lion Blaze. So it's pretty crazy. Two new teams, which is what NA fans have wanted for a long time. You have the question mark of who are the next up in North America, who can like start to take the mantle. I think Snowman and C9 are trying to make that bid.
Well, I do want to come back to Gen.G here really quickly, Stacks. I mean, you mentioned, like, it's fine, not a big deal. Everyone chill out. They had a bit of a Mickey bracket in the Swiss, but they had to go to round 5 in that Mickey bracket. I mean, are we concerned about Gen.G here?
No, I'm not, because when I talk about them having a soft bracket, I think they have a soft playoff bracket. I mean, I think they got a pretty favorable matchup. You know, I granted, if Rebellion looks as good as they looked yesterday, great. But again, they did it against teams that aren't Gen.G. So, you know, you look at how Gen.G performed yesterday. They lost in Game 5 to a team that absolutely peaked. They lost in Game 5 to a team that was also at the LAN. And again, Common Nolly played incredibly. And then they beat Luminosity, and they beat the tar out of Luminosity when it mattered most. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, Gen.G played to their potential in the match that mattered most. And now it's a brand new day. You can kind of throw everything from yesterday out the window. They're going to be fine.
We'll get to see how they look today. Let's talk about one other match that happened yesterday. Probably the highlight match, a thwarted reverse sweep. OG versus Gen.G went to Game 5. OG took games 1 and 2, and then Gen.G roared back to Force Champions Field here, Jorby.
You know, that's the frustrating thing about playing against Gen.G is that they are so adaptable, and even if you think you've rattled them, you take them to match point, you think, finally, this is the moment. But then First Killer turns on the Jets. He opened his eyes halfway through this series, and OG, well, they couldn't see him coming because, as Stax was saying earlier, Stax, what were you saying about First Killer earlier against OG? I can't remember.
First Killer against OG, I mean, he was pretty quiet in the early stage of that series, and then games 3 and 4, he really woke up. He hadn't scored until, I think, game 3, and that's when they started to come alive. And, you know, First Killer is very much a momentum player. You know, he can start off slow, and the team will struggle, but once he gets going, it's just like a bulldozer going downhill. You just can't stop him. Came up with clutch goal after clutch goal, but this is the one right here. I mean, Gibbs said earlier he thought Appjack just didn't know Jane-Apps was there, and why would he? Jane-Apps had been so quiet. He scored his first goal of the series in Game 5. That was his second that ultimately won it. You know, he wasn't much of a force offensively, but when it mattered, he was there in the right place at the right time.
They don't call it the knapsack for nothing here. Like he knows when to show up and when to be strong. Here's the bracket we got left with yesterday. The top 8 here seated as you see on your screen, and this is what Stax was mentioning about Gen.G maybe having an easier bracket given that Space Station, G2, M80, OG all on the upper side of the bracket. Cloud9, Snowman will play each other, and the winner of that will play against the winner of Rebellion versus Gen.G. So yeah, I think on paper, Bates, you could look at this bracket and say, oh, the bottom is Gen.G's to lose. But, I mean, you're surrounded by upset city, teams that you've not prepared for nearly as much as you've prepared for the other teams. Could this be a trap game for Gen.G?
Oh, yeah, it could 100% be a trap game for Gen.G. I mean, they've already lost to the Snowman. You already lost in 5. People can say whatever they want. That does matter. Cloud9, they're a team that's on the up and up. They're trying to enter that top 4, top 5 realm in North America. They can do some damage. And Shopify Rebellion, we want to see what they can do. You still got Justin, you got Barb, you got 2 Piece. You have the pieces that can beat a Gen.G squad. So Gen.G, I understand you got all the big organizations, the big names, all the best players from NA, all the top half. But Gen.G, you got to go up against a lot of young guns, plus a seasoned world champion Justin in the first round. It's going to be hard for him to get through it.
You know what put a smile on my face yesterday, though, watching Rebellion? Watching Justin absolutely go off. We have not seen Justin like take over like that in a long, long time. And to see him have the kind of day that he had to lead Shopify Rebellion to the spot they're at, tell you what, that's a really good sign if you're an SR fan.
Also, you know, Snowman really played well against Gen.G. Like, Gen.G didn't really play that bad of a series. Snowman forced that, like, warped that Gen.G rotation. I was really impressed watching that series from Snowman. So that, I don't think it's a gimme bracket at all for them.
It's not a gimme bracket, but it is now one life games here. You know, we're playing the Snowman qualify in the 3-0 round. They got 3 lives there. Maybe that gives them some edge of just, hey, we can just play with the reckless abandon and it works out. Now that they have to win or they are eliminated, does that change things? All questions we'll have answered by the end of the day. But before we move on from yesterday, I want to see the top 3 plays. Jorby, walk me through the top 3 plays of the Swiss.
All right, the top 3 plays, it might see some repeats here. But how about Rocket League, Tokyo Drift? You know, we got all of these aerial goals, these cool acrobatics, but hey, the rule of cool still applies on the ground. And recoveries into the wave dash, into the power slide, it's absolutely beautiful. Of course, we got to include a little bit of magic in here. He didn't make the top 8, but he did make top 2 in the top 3 plays. A nice follow-up touch thanks to a great pass. A simple little double tap for Magic Bear. He doesn't even have to boost. He'd be like 12 boost to get that touchdown on the ground. But we gotta save number 1 and go back to Chronic. He dices you on the ground and he got you in the combat in the air. No problem. That's disgusting. An unidentified aerial phenomenon got identified as soon as this ball goes into the net. Good night. Bye-bye.
Wait, 2 Chronic plays? 2 Chronic plays out of the top 3? Did Daz put this top 3 together?
No, it was me.
He was upset that another Gen.G play didn't make the top 3. So if he had his way, they'd all be.
No. Yeah. He was upset that another Gen.G Chronic play didn't make the top.
That's true. Like, that's true.
There was a great redirect there from Chronic that they just barely didn't quite make the cut. We gave him 2 of the other plays though. Chronic having a great day yesterday. We'll see if he can continue it on today. So we got about 15, a little under 16 minutes before G2 kicks off against M80. If you're looking to get your snacks and wondering when the right time to do that is, it could be right now, but you'd miss a fun game that you're going to get to play along with. This is yay or nay. I'm going to say some statements. We up here on the desk are going to give a thumbs up or thumbs down, then argue about whether we think that they're true or not. And you in chat can say whether you agree or disagree with that statement by putting hashtag yay, hashtag nay in the chat. So to kick things off, statement number 1, gentlemen, Cloud9 will not miss a top 8 over the next 3 qualifiers. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Give me your thumbs on 3, 2, 1. Okay, man. Now it's on me to argue about this. You guys don't believe after yesterday?
I think they're good. I think they're good. But you know, to get all 3 top 8s, I don't know that they have that level of consistency. I would love to see that team make it to the LAN. I think it would silence a lot of the haters for the collegiate side. Like, it's just CRL, it's the Rlcs retirement home. I want to see some of these guys make it to LANs, but man, all 3 top 8s, that's tough.
It is tough. Chat's split the same way you guys are. My only thought about this is that we are maybe overvaluing the consistency of some other teams. But I would point to a team like Luminosity yesterday not making it to top 8. The fact that a team that made it to Copenhagen cannot make top 8 the next event means that the possibility is definitely there for a team like Cloud9. And I want to believe in Cloud9. I'm excited that they're there.
Good.
So
that's good you believe in Wave. Nice.
Moving on there. Gotta give an argument to both sides of it. All right, next one. This did not happen in the first half of the season. SSG make a grand finals. Does it happen? Yes or no? 3, 2, 1. Bates, you don't think they make a grand finals? Oh. They're not playing G2 or Gen.G in this quarterfinals.
That's great. So now they'll finally make a semifinal.
That's true. Okay.
As if they could beat OG. Well, no, I'm not even gonna say they're finally gonna make it. They have to be OG. So we'll see if you can make a semifinal. But then at that point, hypothetically speaking, you're gonna run into a G2 or Gen.G at some point in this bracket, and you gotta really hope they both end up on the other side of the bracket. And then you also gotta hope you don't have to go up against an OG or someone on your side of the bracket. So no, I can't see them making a grand final. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen anything out of them.
Go ahead, Jorby.
I was going to say, I can understand saying nay here because you will likely have G2 and Gen.G on opposite sides of the bracket. But I do think Space Station, they're just a couple of really good plays away from taking some of those games. I don't know about G2, but they've looked a little better against Gen.G than they have against G2. So if they have to play somebody, if it ends up being Gen.G again, surely they don't lose 4 times in a row, right? I mean, this team is good enough.
Well,
they're good enough to get to a grand final. If Luminosity can get to a grand final, Space Station can get to a grand final.
The org is currently on a 5-match losing streak against G2. Unfortunately, it's not good.
Yeah.
But my thing, I agree with what Jorby said. That this is like they are so close. They're probably going to play Gen.G or G2 at least 3 more times this season. So or like this, at least this event, you know. So will one of them, if they slip past them there, I think that they make it to a grand finals. That is a very, very hot down the middle. All right, let's continue on here. Next statement: G2 miss a grand finals. The other side of the coin here, folks. If you don't think SSG is going to make it, do you think G2 is going to miss it? 3, 2, 1. You guys don't. I'm the only person over here
How
that
are
believes-
you saying yes? I want to know why you say yes. That's crazy.
I think that again, because that level of consistency statistically is so phenomenal, right? They haven't missed a grand finals this season, right? They've made all 4 grand finals, all 3 online events, and the major. And so for them to do 3 more in a row, it's just not statistically likely, especially as teams like the other teams that we're seeing stepping up in the regions. OG is getting stronger. OG has definitely stepped up dramatically from the way they played previously. Space Station is going to be cementing themselves, and as they continue, G2 is going to have to continue to reinvent themselves if they want these teams to not figure them out.
No, they're just worse than G2. They don't have to reinvent anything.
They're not going to stay worse than G2. That's my point.
The Gen.G's not. Oh, okay. Well,
No, G2 is still the top dog in the region, and they're always going to be a 1 or 2 seed coming out of Swiss, I think. So they're always going to have, I mean, yes, if they were a 2 seed, they would have Gen.G. No, they would not have Gen.G this time. They would have somebody else. But they're always going to have what I think is going to be a soft opponent coming out of Swiss going into the playoffs. So they almost have a free path into every semifinal. And they're probably going to be favored in every semifinal they face. So, no, I think they absolutely make every grand final.
The only team recently that makes them look mortal is Gen.G. Gen.G are the only team recently that have a win against them.
And all they have to do is
play
end up on the
against
same
SSG.
side of the bracket than them. I'm just saying. Like,
I know.
But the statistical likelihood of that happening, Wavepunk, since you want to be high on the statistics here, you're going to regress to the mean. Maybe they end up on the same side of the bracket, and then maybe Gen.G beat G2 again.
Also,
but I don't know. I don't know.
G2 was on the mainstream yesterday. You saw what G2 did. They're looking even better.
I'm not saying they look bad. I'm not saying
they're looking even better.
It is more likely than not
to Copenhagen. They're looking better.
I'm saying
That's
it's
More likely than not that Gen.G ends up on the opposite half of the bracket because they got to finish 2, 3, 6, or 7 to be on the opposite half of the bracket. They got to be 1, 4, 5, or 8 to be on the same side.
They were close today.
They were close.
All right,
They were close.
We got to move on. Here's something I think maybe we can all agree. Chat's pretty split in the middle on that one as well there, folks. I'm just saying. It's just crazy. Clip this one. Maybe it'll be big later. Anyways, 4th one here. The pre-show, it's just a little bit better without Gibbs. Do you agree, chat? You disagree? Let us know. 3, 2, 1. Stacks, budget Gibbs likes it when Gibbs isn't here, apparently.
Yep. You know what? I like Bates. I give him a lot of guff, but I like Bates.
Bates is great.
¿Por qué no los dos? You know.
But hey, me saying missing Gibbs doesn't mean that I hate Bates. I love Bates. Love having him on the show, but Gibbs, he's always guessing, and I always love hearing his hypothesis.
Listen, I'm just pretty confident if Gibbs had been here, he would have agreed with me that G2 will miss a grand final because of statistics. I'm missing him right now,
Well, that's also Gibbs' thing. He doesn't ever pick,
Let's go. Chat loves Gibbs. Gotta love it.
They do love Gibbs.
Joe, we try to roast him and we end up loving him on the segment.
So chat loves Gibbs. Does that mean they hate T-Bates?
I think they
by the logic I was using during the first segment, absolutely. So
Chat doesn't know ball.
Chat does.
Stacks. Yeah. Oh, look at Stacks. Look at Stacks.
I got you, Bates. I got you.
Thanks, Stacks, man. Thank you. Now, within the next.
Don't say I never did anything for you.
Let's say, there he goes. Yeah, look, there he goes. there he goes,
folks.
Already
coming out of the open qualifier, the bracket, the double elimination bracket to make top 16. Gibbs polled all of the pro teams, asking them how do they power rank each other against each other there. And so we have tabulated that here. We showed this on yesterday's pre-show. We'll show it to you again in case you missed it here. Fascinating information about how the pros feel about each other. This is how the North American pros power ranked themselves as well as the rest of the teams. G2. I'm curious, Stacks, do you consider it surprising or unsurprising that G2 is number 1, considering they are on a 3-match losing streak against Gen.G?
No, I think it's still. You look at how they performed at the major. You look at how they performed through the first half of the season. They should be the number 1 team in North America. The surprising thing is that it's not unanimous.
No, it's not unanimous. Namely, Andy has G2 at number 2, Gen.G number 1.
Name drop.
First Killer has G2 number 2, of course.
That's fine.
Of course it is.
A little bit of bias there, but the Andy pick is certainly surprising there. But Rlcs as well also ranks Gen.G number 1. I think those are the 3 players that ranked G2 number 2. Those are the only 3.
Well, I think Luminosity also power ranked like as a team. They all worked together. So Rlcs
Oh, they
put the
did. Yeah,
numbers
sorry,
in,
not just Rlcs.
but the rest of the team did. Yeah, they all agreed there. I don't know.
That's
I think
interesting. So the only people that had G2 not number 1 are literally First Killer, who had his team number 1, and 2 guys who didn't make top 8.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah. I mean,
Are you saying they don't know ball stat?
I'm not going to go that far. They probably know more than me. But yesterday it didn't go so well for them, did it?
Stacks is just providing the facts. That's all he's doing.
he's just spitting fire here. I mean, it is worthy to note here that the top 8 we have is the top 6 that they have, plus Cloud9 and Snowman, the 2 upsets. So they did do a good job there. They have OG. They had OG at number 4 in the first split, and we had lots of questions about that because of the shaky start OG had. They still have OG at number 4 now, and I think most notably here, Bates, Space Station solidly 3.1. Nearly everybody has Space Station in 3rd, despite not making land, despite not making top 4.
I mean, and everybody had Space Station as the 3rd best team in North America, despite not making the land prior to the land occurring. So I think that's to be expected. SSG, they're composed of a roster, Chicago Hawks or LJ. You expect them to be able to perform, and they really do beat everybody but Gen.G and G2. It's just that when they go up against Gen.G and G2, it really doesn't seem like they're anywhere near Gen.G and G2 level. So yeah, that's just the question marks you have to do going up with SSG. And SSG also has struggled against the OG squad. So it's interesting to see why they all rate them so high.
Yeah.
Now I really want to see what they can do now, especially going up against OG later on today.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that SSG OG matchup. And let's remind you guys how things are going. We are T-minus 5 minutes and 44 seconds to G2 versus M80 here. These teams are playing for $21,000 in first place, but more importantly, they're playing for a increased points value here from the first half of the season. First place used to be worth 16. That's now what second place is worth. First is worth 20. So a better performance in the back half of the season could see you go to Worlds even if the first half you struggled here. So 20 points there for first place, 16 for second, and everybody today has got at least 8 points in the bag. If you win today, you move up to 12 points and a $6,000 payout there. We've got 8 teams left in this bracket. We're going to play these matches, not in the traditional order that we usually play them from bottom to top. We'll show you the order here in just a second, but Cloud9 Snowman, we were talking about in the power rankings there. That was their 11th and 12th place teams. They'll be playing second here. Should be a good game. Excited to see how that one goes. OG versus Space Station, the match we're all excited about. That one's going to close out the day. Rebellion will play Gen.G right before that. But to kick things off now, folks, the Firecrackers versus the Samurai. It's M80 versus G2. G2, the only team that's been able to beat M80 in Swiss. M80 yet to beat, I think, anybody? And maybe they've won one match in the quarter. I think they've gone to the semis one time so far this season, Bates.
Hey, listen, M80, they have been known as Swiss merchants, but G2 slapped them around yesterday over on the G2 stream. So now, with a day's rest, they get to go up against them yet again and get a rematch. It's going to be good to see.
Now, this is the problem that I have here for M80 is they're not as explosive an offense as, say, like a Gen.G can be. I mean, I think they have to play well above their average to spring an upset today because, you know, they didn't look the best throughout the Swiss. I mean, they did have to go to round 5. Yes, I know Gen.G did too, but you know, boy, they had peaks and valleys, and I feel like they had maybe a few more valleys than peaks, unfortunately.
Thing is, yeah, go ahead.
I was very, very wrong about G2 being the team I misremembered. I thought G2 had beaten them in Open Qualifier number 3, but no, that was Omelet and Luminosity. They actually went to round 5 in Open Qualifier.
Yeah, M80?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
No, the hardest thing about playing against G2 is actually like doing anything on offense, let alone scoring, just shooting the ball. They are first in the entire league in goals against and shots against. So their defense is the best, but it makes sense when you've been the best that is exactly how it works. M80, not as successful as far as offense goes. And G2, when you are taking shots against them, well, they aren't number one in save percentage, but they are number three. They save 63% of their of their shots. So M80, who aren't the most productive offense going up against the stingiest defense in North America, to me, this is a total lopslide. I think it's going to be 4-0.
Ooh. Okay, I mean, with hashtag M80, hashtag G2 chat, let us know who you think is going to win. We'll show you who we think is going to win up here. And it is, while I was wrong about G2 being the only team that's beaten M80 in Swiss, they have not, I was correct, they have not made a semifinal here. They've gone out top 8 every single event so far this season. This has been the wall for this team. And I think, Stacks, that's a big reason why. A part of it is that they're playing G2. The other part of it is that it's M80 in quarters. Hard to predict them here.
Well, it is, but again, I think that their key to success here, if they're going to put up a fight against G2, forget upsetting them, just put up a fight. They've got to be a lot more aggressive. They've got to be a lot more proactive on the attack. They can't try to kind of out defend G2 because G2 will overwhelm them with pressure of their own. That's part of why they're so great defensively, is because they don't have to play a whole lot of defense. So, if M80 kind of changes things up as the series goes on and they are more aggressive and AJ shoots lights out, which he'll have days where he can do that, then all of a sudden M80 might get a game or two, and hey, don't let him get one, because then that confidence starts to build.
Listen, we'd be remiss. We would be remiss if we didn't bring up the heat maps. That's what's going to be on the call. That's what's going to be on the call. Listen, he'll educate you about the heat maps, but I'm just saying, when you're watching this M80 squad, watch it. Just make sure when you're in doubt, when you can't find where they're at, I'm telling you right now, one of us going to be inside the net near post. That's where they're going to be set and camped up. And it's going to be, just pay attention. And you want to count in your hand, we can play a counter game. Count how many times you see an M80 player camped inside the net near post. And I'm telling you, it's going to be a lot. But you got to watch the heat maps. You want to see M80 move around the field and try to apply a little bit of pressure. But when they went up against G2 yesterday, for the first time all season, G2, they kind of felt them out a little bit. But after that, they started steamrolling them. If M80 can't get out of net, if they can't get out their own half, G2 just got to keep on shooting. It's hard to beat them when they're on that level. I don't see it happening here. Jory, I'm with you. Give me G2 and give me him in 4. A complete sweep to start the day.
4 again. My goodness, the disrespect here on M80. I mean, it is hard to picture a world where I don't know. This is. I feel pretty confident about a sweep as well. It just feels statistically unlikely that they will get it because consistency is very, very difficult here. But chat very much on the same side as us on this one. G2, the obvious favorites. I mean, Bates, quickly before we get in the game, you heard Stacks' kind of breakdown of how M80 can win if they could force G2 onto defense. That's the key to victory here. Do you agree?
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's just that they won't be able to do it.
Yeah, I think we all agree. Folks,
great objective analysis.
Ready to get into the first match of the day. We got 4 quarterfinals, best of 7s down the line. Gotta win 4 to advance to the semis. M80 trying to break the curse of top 8 here. G2 trying to keep the streak alive, folks. G2 versus M80. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
G2 set their sights on another crown, while M80, they try to reach newer heights. Their last meeting was swift, but M80, they want revenge. So let's settle this once and for all, huh?
Let's settle it. Match day, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good day to watch some Rocket League. G2 versus M80. Here we go.
I'm excited for this. And yeah, it was a swift 3-0 where you're telling me about those heat maps. M80 playing in the net, being forced to play back, and there were so many things G2 did to them. Oh, almost scoring there was one of them, but taking their boost, demoing them, forcing them to have their backs against the wall. M80 got to fight back this time.
Yeah, it's going to be a big fight here for M80. A lot of people, of course, are talking about their defensive rotation, which people are going to be keeping an eye on as this series progresses. Where are they going to be rotating on that defensive end? G2's a team, last time they played them in the Swiss stage, they were privy to it, took full advantage, just control all series long. But M80 have had time to be in the lab, and there's chances here where they could take over, at least make this series a lot more closer than people are thinking. but that remains to be seen. So far in the opener here, it's been pretty quiet. There's a Beast Mode almost able to get that redirect, but it goes wide.
Yeah, a few close calls from G2, and you heard from the desk, and especially Jorby, of we need M80 to be more productive on the offensive end, and, well, needing to control your boost, needing to be able to break out of your half, and to retaliate against a G2 offense that is often relentless. And they're also the #1 defense. This is just an all-around team, and Nas makes a big save as Jorius tries to carry this through and couldn't control the ball, so Daniel goes in for round 2 off the ceiling. Now just forcing M80 to put some hands up. Now this is still only popped up, not a solid enough clear, and Nas just sees Daniel in front of him. Now to Atomic, Jorius and AJ in net, and M80 keep themselves above water.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it was a close chance. G2 trying to take advantage of the pressure. Jorius almost hit that double. AJ, the shot's going to be off. Nas with a shot. Still on the goal line. Still saved out from G2. Great, strong counterattack on the side of M80, but it just wasn't enough. Jorius, if he just puts that double in a better spot, works out perfectly. Transition play here from G2. Going to start to slow down. Beast Mode, the only one with boost as he gets a 50 off the sidewall. Daniel picked up the mid. Has a flip reset. Uses it. Gets a bump. But G2 now starting to apply the pressure.
You love to see that M80 have been able to break out of their own half and now able to have a solid counterattack, as you said, and a threatening one, forcing some good saves out of G2. For now, M80 lacking some boost here, so the transition may be more difficult, leaving a chance for G2 now to strike as Daniel brings it below Nas, and first on the ball is Atomic to Beast Mode off the ceiling. Backboard not protected by M80, still sticking in the nets. Right now, no big threat out of G2.
Yeah, now G2 starting to spread out that rotation a little bit more. The third is back pretty deep. You see Beast Mode now finally coming into the midfield line, but Nas very close to the ball. Demo on the play. Look at how much space Daniel has here in the midfield. He's had that multiple times in this game, and that's going to be the big factor here. M80 has to be able to slow down G2 when they have that space in the mid. You see how G2 is so quick. They cut out that pass instantly, and now they're back in offense.
Now, G2 can't find each other off the corner. Just trying to surround and maybe drown out M80. Going for those boosts again. G2 have a lot to work with. Not able to break out yet. M80, Jorius even contesting off the ceiling. Beast Mode gets past him, drops it off in the box. All of G2 so committed to this, and I can't believe they didn't score. G2 go for demos. They want to keep M80 trapped, but AJ with a good touch sets them apart. Sets M80 maybe for a chance to score. Jorius goes forward. Most shots for M80 will come out of this guy. Nas will step up to keep the play alive, but M80 still drumming up an offense.
Yeah, they've been trying to see if they can get some more shots on. Demo on the play. AJ, what a save. Atomic almost made that one through. Pass here from Beast Mode to Daniel, but Daniel's just a little bit off on that one. So now Beast Mode will try to keep this in play. Minute left to go in game 1. G2 have had all of the pressure. Even though you have M80 with 4 shots to their name, it just doesn't feel like they've been able to break out too much. Daniel off the ceiling again. It's been a common theme so far in game 1. Beast Mode taking it off the sidewall. Has Atomic made him full boost. Atomic gets involved, but AJ again with another cutout. This is M80 under consistent offensive pressure from the side of G2. They're able to break away from the moment, but they've got to be able to keep this in the orange half.
Almost got great control out of Jorius, but landed at the post. And Nas is playing that second man to help Jorius just have more options, more angles on this net. And yeah, you said they go back and forth. M80 try to contest that ceiling too. G2 will utilize all the space that they can. You will be attacked from all sides when going up against G2. Now with 12 seconds left, I can't believe we're scoreless. Daniel, now with the dribble, gets past Jorius, leaves it off to the corner. Atomic does take the corner, going up high. Down below, has Beast Mode, fake touch. Jorius can't get the clear. Good 50s defensively out of M80 to kill this ball and send us into OT.
Yeah, but they got to change up something here quick. The way G2 are playing, they're spread out so good. They're not frustrated that they're not scoring because they know they have possession the entire time. Oh, Atomic, a good drop down. Daniel went for the bump. And AJ cut the play out just before Beast Mode could put a dangerous shot on to end the game.
Yeah, you get bailed out by AJ. Beast Mode almost stuck in this one to bed. Great send away by M80. Jorius off the corner. Doesn't have Nas forward enough. Atomic was first to it. Daniel keeps going. Oh, with the double close up like that. G2 with OT.
Atomic sets it up. Dan with a great beat, and Beast Mode gets the double. Beautiful Beautiful three-man play from G2. They come together and seal game one.
Wow. I can't believe it took all the way till OT though. And this is a lot more competitive, just even in the shot department and just how you were able to keep the G2 offense at bay for that long. I mean, you got to commend that this is a better look out of M80 compared to, the last time they met.
It is, in an extent, it's definitely a more defensive look here out of M80. As you can see, no demos, and weren't getting really too aggressive on the offensive end. I called them having 4 shots partway through the game. Joris had a clear that counted as a shot, but that really is what it felt like was the extent of M80's offense, which was the big problem. As we take a look at the mobile and high performance replay, M80 spent most of the game defending shots like these that you're seeing in the replay. I mean, Beast Mode almost had a big one there, but we're not really seeing too many just strong M80 shot chances, aside from one double play from Joris, and I think maybe a shot that came through earlier. It just didn't feel like M80 had much of a presence on the offensive end. They have to change that because G2 is doing a great job of utilizing all the space M80 are giving them in transition. They're bringing M80 out, and then they're pushing them back in and continuing to push shot after shot.
And G2 will take game one as they usually do. Will it be in a sweep this time? Well, it will at least be in a best of 7. So we got more games around the corner. Let's jump into our second one, where this is the best showing we've seen out of G2 in Swiss as well. They've only dropped 1 game. Every other Swiss at every other regional has had at least 2 games. So G2 bringing that fire from Copenhagen, and they really haven't lost a beat.
Yeah, no cheat there off the kickoff either from G2, able to regain control, and again, you're just seeing them trying to play around with this ball in the air. AJ looks to get a clear. Nas can't even go for it. He's got to rotate out. Joris has to play a 50 straight down. Daniel's going to get there first. A high ball. Atomic, does he have enough for it? He does! Splash! Atomic scores the first goal.
Oh, just 50 from Joris that lands down. Nas just missing that opportunity, leaves the net open, and Nas couldn't defend against the OT goal against G2 as well, so you need this back line out of M80 to be a sturdy. G2 striking early, striking fast.
Oh,
and M80, oh my
striking
God.
often!
Oh my God, already? It's only been 30 seconds.
Right off the kickoff, look at this. Great setup for Atomic. Beast Mode takes it from his teammate, follows it through perfectly. AJ got a piece of it, but it just wasn't enough. So much power on the initial shot for Beast Mode goes in. Now M80 are in a really tough position here. They lost in overtime. We haven't seen them play from behind. Now they have to play from behind against the clock and just struggling to really get any sort of semblance going this series.
Joris has to be careful carrying the ball like that in front of the net, and AJ just barely gets it off to the side. M80 with now their first offense of game 2 and just going toe-to-toe with Atomic here as M80 couldn't keep up the press. G2 wanting to hunt for more, but that's a big win for Nas to set M80 up for success. Backboard shot there by Joris, sent away by Atomic. A great catch by Daniel. He's got 30 boost, head towards the back wall. Won't be able to hit the double, but sends Atomic in beast mode, a 3-man play for G2. That gets sent away, but you're not out of the woods yet for M80. The double commit isn't ideal, so that makes Atomic first up on the ball against Joris and off the post.
They were trying to set up for the highlight package. There's no boost there from Atomic 2 as he tried to see if he could get that redirect. That was sick. Not in the net though, but you can feel how comfortable G2 are looking to be able to go for plays like that. Daniel with a ball, oh, that goes past beast mode. He's gonna have enough boost. Joris chasing him with very low here, but just trying to keep this one onto the orange side. For M80, this is tough because G2 looks so confident, and at the other end, you are in a scoreless drought, not being able to get anything so far this series. And if this continues on, it's going to start looking really grim as the series could potentially go away from the boys on the M80 side.
Yeah, and they're still getting out-demoed. Feels like M80 have a better control of their boost this time compared to the last series, so they have a fighting chance, and they're trying to race against G2. Demos now as beast mode in front of G2 have the number advantage, so close call by M80. Not able to beat this defense quite yet. Nas running on fumes. Joris can't catch the pass, but maybe this comes out to Nas. No, beast mode now to the backboard, looking free until AJ gets there just to stop that following touch.
Beast mode pre-jumped this one. Daniel went up off the ceiling. He was looking for the top corner. AJ's there. Atomic puts that ball towards net. Nas will be able to clear it to Joris, and that touch just gets away from him. Now free ball in the midfield. M80 can't go for it. Beast mode is gonna read it, drops it straight down to Atomic, but no, Atomic too far forward, and AJ was able to apply the pressure to cut it out. Chance here for M80 to get on the board, but it's knocked away. Great save from Atomic.
Maintaining possession there was a struggle for Jorius, even with Nas helping him out, but maybe retaliation. Jorius doesn't get that touch, so the possession conceded back to G2. Nas can't win the midfield, and I guess that just floats in.
Okay. Long clear from Beast Mode. AJ had grabbed the mid boost and was upfield, and Nas in the wrong spot, jumped too early. And that one sails right past them. Heartbreaking on the side of M80. As this game is starting to look really bad. Minute 50 left, though. Time to salvage it. And it's a long series, best of 7. But what we've seen so far has just not been enough in favor of just going against a team like G2.
Just getting those follow-up touches from M80 has been a struggle. Can't find the bounce off the sidewall. And almost a great pass to Nas. Didn't get a hand on it. It's AJ trying to be that star that Stax wants him to be. Jorius stepping up against Beast Mode. Tries to dribble and control it and look for a bump. AJ can't add to the press. And he gets demoed, leaving Nas in a tough situation. But at least he'll guide this away from Beast Mode. Guide M80 to maybe a first goal. But it's still a brick wall for G2 in the net.
Yep, and then look, here they go back on that transition. Again, just utilizing all the room. We've seen even in this game where M80 they'll try to get a clearance. Oh, and AJ fails to connect there. And then all of a sudden, free ball for Daniel in the air. Jorius is attempting to make a challenge there. AJ's in a tough spot. Daniel just knocks it away from him. They have to play keep away at this point, which is totally fine for G2. They're not worried. They don't want to let M80 get comfortable at all, especially in this game. They want to keep it scoreless. 40 seconds remaining. It's all G2 all the way.
All right, AJ just can't seem to find a good lane. Can't seem to find any space. And now G2 are going for offensive demos. And you think for M80, they got some real estate. But G2 beat them to the ball when G2 are comfortable on defense. They're comfortable on offense. This is a confident G2. And them reaching a whole new peak. Now trying to go for bumps. G2 will regain possession. And then Nas with a good challenge. Lays the ball into the box, but the follow-up wasn't quick enough. Atomic threatening the double. And seconds will drain by, and M80 will go out in game 2 with a whimper unless Nas can make this work, and he doesn't.
And M80 scoreless still in this series. G2 take game 2 without breaking a sweat. And we do have confirmation there is going to be a timeout for M80. So definitely one that's well warranted. It just feels like Lemon, they've just been, again, playing just too much of that defensive space. They try to push out forward, but you can see, again, G2's confidence. There was a time where Daniel, he was last back on the field. Immediately, AJ's just trying to close the gap, close the distance. Daniel not deterred at all, even with a numbers disadvantage, able to clear it away, and then G2 immediately able to put the pressure on M80. And that was the name of the game here. 4 shots on the side of M80 and 7 on the side of G2. But the numbers don't even tell the story because you just didn't see M80 leave their half too often.
Just 7 demos out of G2, which a lot of it came from demoing M80 on a counterattack when they were trying to get an offense rolling. And it's just these one-man pushes out of M80 that are not going to be threatening against a team as good as G2. And M80, it's not like they're going high with the ball. They're not hitting the backboard. They're really just trying to get to the orange half with the ball still in their hands, and maintaining possession is something that M80 have struggled a lot more with in game 2. And it's Nas who is trying to play closer to Jorius, but that was, I feel like, a lot more successful in game 1. AJ's trying to be more involved and just being a more flexible player defensively. Well, you guys saw what happened in game 2. I don't know how to be nice about it.
I mean, it's just unfortunate at this point, just because of just what we're just noticing here on the field. As it made it take time to kind of talk things over again, I think the biggest thing is just kind of controlling that midfield space more, which is, it seemed like that's what they wanted to do. But again, just positioning wise, they just could not expect what G2 was going to do with the ball. Is Daniel going to control the play? Is he going to come through and also just do a long clearance downfield? How can M80 prepare for that? I think that's the biggest thing. But then also when they get upfield, how can they manage to keep that pressure? Do they get the demos on G2? That's hard. G2 has had the lowest demos inflicted so far. Are they going to be able to outpace them? They haven't been able to show that so far this series either. So we're expecting a big turnaround here after this timeout.
And this is a big game for M80, especially with LG getting knocked out and not being in playoffs. If M80 could even get to the semifinals for their first time, I mean, this would be a crazy upset, but it means so much to them to be able to get closer to a world's spot. But the road will be long. The difference between the two matchups, though, is that M80 have a chance to have that timeout. They can talk through and try to make adjustments. That's more difficult in a best of 5 and with no timeouts. As Joreus trying to guide this through, and AJ wanted to tap it in, and G2 will not be swayed as M80 can get these touches in the midfield, as you mentioned, to slow down the G2 offense.
Daniel, not a lot of boost here, but good on AJ to be able to cut out the play. It's now beast mode up for the solo. Joreus goes up, great 50s out. Nas low on boost, but Atomic hits it right to him. He's going to be able to grab that corner only for a moment as he gets bumped away by Daniel, who also is looking for a demo, gets one on AJ. And these off-ball plays here for G2, gaining them more real estate upfield.
Oh, Daniel taking it up high off the ceiling. You love the contest out of AJ. Lands to Atomic, where tough to do anything with that ball. Joreus tough to do anything with 0 boost as well. So M80 just can't get possession away from G2. And how can you when as soon as you touch the ball, you get demoed? M80 will try the left side. Gotta be careful of getting dunked to. M80 doing their best to play the sides. And now get everyone from M80 jumping. Daniel threatening the double off to the side. Guess what? G2 first on it. Great cycling between Atomic and Beast Mode. Atomic finishing what he started. And AJ has been defending this well.
Oh, but G2 is just abusing the wall. Daniel, can he get it through? No follow. Beast Mode gets bumped. Atomic puts a shot on. Joreus has a little boost in the tank, but it's enough. And Beast Mode will try for the sidewall once again. Initial good 50 good, and even gets a follow-up there to stop Joreus. And now a high ball, Nas has to jump for it using all of his boosts, and that just feels like that's kind of been the name of the game. G2 abusing the back wall, forcing someone to jump up initially to get a good challenge from the side of M80, and then they just get starved on that low boost. They try to see if they can get a breakout, but then that's when G2 start getting physical, applying the demos. No one's been able to score so far in this game, but M80 haven't been able to score so far in this series. Can they turn it around as we approach the halfway mark? Beast Mode trying to get a goal, but hits the crossbar.
All right, Daniel will be patient with this. Joreus leaving it off. Daniel to the side. It's disgusting. G2 finally score.
And look at this. Even though Beast Mode couldn't score, he stayed in the play, stayed on the side, on the back wall, set up Daniel. He knocked it down. And G2 back in front. They just keep going, Limit Kiwi.
Yes, and there was even at one point where G2 got a double demo on the offense. It was 3-on-1, and Joreus still bought precious time, and Daniel readjusts, and Joreus stoic in the net. But maybe staying a little too long on defense. It's just gonna bleed through eventually.
It's another one. Beast Mode able to get there quickly. I love the flip into the wall, jump straight out to give it to Atomic. And Atomic nails the shot. Even with AJ and Nas in the net, they can't stop the shot coming through. G2 up by 2.
Oh man, M80. How do you get out of this spot? Okay, challenge for Nas off the midfield, and even then G2 don't even allow the backboard to be used. Beast Mode to Nas, and it's a 50 that favors M80. Joreus with the follow-up wanted to double off the corner, but fakes it to AJ, and look at the retaliation from G2. That was so close to going in.
Oh, trying for a transition. Nas didn't have any boost, and Atomic had to stretch for it, but he got the save out. He's gonna stay on top of the ball as long as possible as G2 start this transition. And again, here we go. We've seen this so many times before. Can M80 break out? Good 50s once again. Joreus not being able to get too much space. Nas has full boost now. Can he set up a play? Can he get M80 on the board? Daniel denies, and Beast Mode plays it to the side wall. Big time clear, forcing AJ all the way back. He's low. Beast gets the shot, and it's a 3-goal game.
That's so insane. Just every challenge out of G2 is amazing. Then this clear that Beast Mode is already upfield for. Like, this is getting out of hand. 3-0 for G2. And the last time we were in this position, you guys saw how that ended. Will M80 get to score? What is it going to take? The timeout, they had a lot to say. They needed to keep their heads on straight, and the demo allows them to walk it in.
They will pick up a goal. First one here. Nas with the bumps initially, threatens with one. Daniel just couldn't get around it. And AJ will score one. Maybe a sign for more. We'll have to see. A minute 20 to go in regulation. And M80 may have been able to bring some life in with a little bit of physicality.
Yeah, with demos, they were able to break out of their defense, and with the demo there, the 3-on-2 advantage allowed them to finally score. And even as they're trying to escort the ball out, they're getting demoed. G2 are hounding them. But AJ adjusting to leave it to Jorius, trying to communicate as best as they can, but dropping off the ball into the other half, and M80 got to do more than that. There's less than a minute. And AJ trying to play close to the ball against Atomic. AJ now with not a lot of help trying to accomplish that pass, and Beast Mode tries to bring it low, and right behind him is Daniel bringing it up high this time and even bumping AJ, almost setting this up in front of the nets. But G2 were retreating.
Final 30 seconds here in regulation. G2 moving upfield. Demo on the back end. Jorius passes to Nas. Transition here for M80. Nas off the ceiling, trying to strike it down. Gets it through, but Jorius gets demoed. AJ will put the shot on, but Beast Mode blocks it out. Could have been a chance for M80 to score with time. 10 seconds to go. Desperation play blocked away by Daniel. G2 looking to send this one on match point. And they will. No time left here for M80 to score two. And we are going to go into game 4 with G2 on series point.
Well, M80 scored once. That was, you know what? That's good. That's an improvement.
Yeah.
Had to put up double-digit saves, but they registered some shots after those double-digit saves, able to leave, able to transition. But what after that? I'm not really scared looking at M80's offense, and I really don't blame it too much with G2's 50s, demoing them, whatever it's gonna take. M80, that one window of opportunity created from a demo. And how can M80 be more aggressive? The desk demanded that. But it's always G2 out demoing them, just out shooting them. The possession always in G2's favor. M80, it doesn't look, the timeout has generated one goal, but is this just it? Is this how they're gonna go out?
That's the question. 2 shots apiece, and some players have averaged 2 shots a game this series. Atomic had 9 shots in that game by himself. And you're starting to really see just this pull away. The series has painted a very clear picture. It's gonna be up to M80 to change that. Reverse sweeping G2 though, I think a lot of people would be very surprised to see that. It's not looking too super likely, but M80, they've got to keep fighting. We'll have to see what they bring to the table. Utopia is the stage, 5 minutes on the clock. Here we go.
M80, this is the toughest opponent they've had in a quarterfinal all of the split. They had Shopify Rebellion, OG, TSM, and in the most recent qualifier, they went to Game 7 against TSM. That's no G2 for sure, but they've just been so close to getting to a semifinal, and it's just their luck. They end up as the bottom seed out of Swiss and have to face the number 1 of G2, who are just looking peak right now. But M80, they want to go out at least with a fight, at least with a game under their belt, just to say they could be the team that took a second game off of G2. But Beast Mode up first, looking for the bump on the Jorius, and Nas got us back.
Yeah, he had a flip reset there too. He had a lot of options in space. Now Beast Mode moving upfield, trying to see if he could deny boost, couldn't pick it up. So Daniel will opt to control it, clear it away. Things have been a little bit more spread out so far in game 4, as M80 have been making a strong press as Daniel tries to see if he can force an issue, force a bit of a double commit. Beast Mode now trying to take his time. Look at how G2 are able to just utilize space. They open things up to creativity, and it makes it really tough for people to guard them.
M80 are gonna do their best now with a 3-on-2 demo, and Jorius going for that, leaving and putting trust into Nas and AJ to deliver. But they're not able to stay in that half, and now 3-on-2 for G2 this time on their counterattack. It nets nothing so far. Now Daniel to the ceiling, dodging the M80 contest in that same area, now starting to take the boost from M80. AJ will meet Atomic halfway midfield. No, escaped. This is a chance for M80 to crack through for the first time this game. And Jorius is exploring his options to different sides of the field. Where are the gaps within G2? You just can't find them.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Jorius going up, low boost. I mean, it still comes down to it. G2 get the ball. Pass play, beast mode, atomic, blocked out, follow up from Daniel, it's in. 1-2-3 play from G2 again. And they strike first here around the same margin as they did in game 3. Same time frame almost. Daniel banks that one through. And M80 backs against the clock.
And with G2 doing these 3-man plays where everyone is forward, is there even a glimmer of hope that M80 could just clear it out center and then you can punish G2 being extended like that? I don't know. It doesn't seem possible. M80 haven't punished it yet. And G2, they know when they can start overwhelming M80 and they can take those risks. As Jorius with the reset, Atomic stops it before he can use it. As Nas retreats, don't think he could beat beast mode quite yet until the adjustment goes through. Now Jorius and AJ bringing speed to the ball, but Daniel ready at the back wall as M80 patrol to wait to see how G2 lands, and Atomic with the redirect that was almost on target.
Close chance here. And M80 trying to see if they can bring something back here. They've gotten 2 shots so far this game, looking for more. Nas gets a little bit beat there in the midfield, not the best touch, and Atomic can try to stay on the ball. Atomic thinking about turning in for the play here, but it gives room for beast mode. Beast mode trying to fight his way through, ends up winning a couple of 50s. But it's those midfield 50s that are so huge. You see what happens when AJ loses it. Nas has to play it off the back wall once again, and the offense from M80 has to start over. Good beat though from Jorius, and this could be a sign of life. Well, I say that, and then Atomic instantly there. Look how quickly G2 are able to get to that ball though. One person gets beat, and someone's immediately on it again for another challenge.
Yeah, G2 back each other up so well, and at least M80 are having these midfield beats that you said you wanted them to have better control of that neutral third, and well, it's given M80 opportunities to score, but in terms of generating any lethality, we haven't seen it yet, and there's only a minute left with G2 having a lead. It's not a strong lead, so M80 looking for the equalizer, but all these touches from G2, being able to have a hand up, being able to adjust so quickly, makes it so G2 always have an answer.
And 50 seconds to go. Game not over for M80, but they've got to get something going here quickly. They just need one to tie. That one gets sent away. Beast mode looking for a follow. Does get it, actually. Really good touch. AJ with the clearance. A double commit between Daniel and Atomic. Atomic doesn't use too much boost. He can stay in the play. And he will. Fake challenge there. Force Nas to the corner. Beast mode's there. 30 seconds remaining. G2 still in control here. It's going to be up to M80 to force the issue.
Oh, Jorius doesn't have boost. He's trying to drop it off, but AJ will put it to the side purposefully, seeing G2's presence and hoping for a better quality opportunity. But this will be the last chance with 10 seconds left, and G2 looking for insurance. That doesn't go in. M80 have to steal this ball. The next play has to happen here or now, or G2, yes, go to the semi-final.
G2 take the series in a sweep and limit M80 to a single goal that entire series. Well done. A lot of people are going to be having questions here, of course, around M80 after this one that just finished. But I mean, there's a couple of big takeaways here. Is one, G2 still look really, really good. That one is always going to be constant. The way they're able to control the pace, study for their teams, you can tell that they prepare for this matchup and they execute it. And then on the side of M80, they're all 3 really good individual players, but something's just not really connecting with them here. Even though a lot of people expected them to maybe lose this series, the way they did is a little strange. But that being said, there's still plenty of time for them to figure it out. A top 8's a safe spot here to exit in this tournament, and well, let's see them in the future.
Yeah, and M80 even scored more in the last time. You know, they usually average about 1 goal against G2, which is nice, but to be shut out as much as they did against G2 is not a good sign. But M80 are a team that have the pieces to be successful. They are building up, and the hope is to be a team like G2. Let's go and head to an interview and a break very soon. We'll see you on the other side.
on, Jack. Hit me.
Nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic. Some work there for Rally. He picks up that corner boost. Much moved up though. Here's a chance for BDS, which. Oh my word! He steps it, does rise, and said, I'll have that one.
You see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time
If it was a fight, they would have stopped it. Beast Mode scores 4 times. G2 outscores M80 8-1, and they hold them to 5.5% shooting percentage. And I'm joined now by the coach of the masterful G2, Sathu. Congrats on the win. Welcome back to the broadcast.
Thanks, Dex. Thanks for having me. I'm obviously really happy right now.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be happy. I mean, I think a lot of teams kind of have this weird period where they go from competing in the live major with international teams to you have this couple of weeks off, few weeks off, and now you're back to regional competition. How did you guys kind of treat that break between competing in Copenhagen and now coming back to kind of business as usual with the online quals?
I was pretty meticulous with it. I made sure, we got the right amount of time off the game, made sure the boys took like a well-deserved break. To be honest, we're still trying to get back into the swing of things. Scrims are up and down, but we're all well aware of it. And the boys proved to me today that they're still going to show up on, on game day when the pressure's on. So, yeah, we took our time with it. We constructed the time off, and we made sure it was healthy for everyone.
Is there any kind of whiplash that you guys experience on the Rocket League side? Like you go from competing against Gentlemates Alpine and some of the best teams internationally, and then you haven't played anybody that made the major yet here in this early stage of the 4th qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, being as respectful as possible, there's a massive whiplash. Just when you're at a major, every scrim is top level, and when you come back, that's not necessarily the case. So yeah, there's whiplash. It's still in our best interest to take everything seriously. We're still working on that, but just in preparation for days like today. But yeah, you're spot on with that.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of evident watching you guys and seeing some of the early games from the Swiss yesterday. You had a couple of overtimes with Cold, but now you guys seem to be settled in here. What helps you guys kind of look so comfortable as a team? I mean, you look like, as far as full units, the best full team out there in NA.
I think just a really good understanding of the structure we're trying to, play for every time. I've coached this team. This is my 3rd year with them, and just like G2 as an org. And I learned a lot in those first 2 years, what to look out for, what to kind of nip in the bud before it becomes a problem. So they're kind of aware of everything that could go wrong and everything that could stray us from our path. And they've been all ears this season. So they're great listeners. They're great at executing. They're obviously incredibly talented. I have the most talented team probably in the world. And yeah, they just put it all together.
Well, you guys clock in, clock out. You get to kind of watch the rest of the chaos unfold in North America. But of course, you'll play the winner of OG and Space Station, 2 teams you're no doubt very familiar with. In fact, you just saw SSG yesterday. Any thoughts about that matchup coming up later?
We're excited to watch it. It's cool. Everyone, the storyline is SSG got really unlucky with all their quarterfinal draws last split. So now we get to see how they actually stack up against everyone else. So I'm excited. That should be a fun one.
All right, Sathu, thanks for your time. Congratulations again on the win. G2 looking like the best team in NA until somebody says otherwise.
Another Saturday for M80, another top 8 finish to their run. They will have to look to next if they want to break this curse at this point. G2, same story as always, continuing on, nothing different with this team. To put into frame of reference, if you're just now joining us and you're wondering how one-sided was this series, usually we have to figure out what the top plays are for the next pre-show the next day, and usually it takes us the whole day to find like 3 good plays for the top 3. We already have all 3. We'll maybe replace some as it goes on here, but we already got 3 top plays.
Listen, man, you got a team that's basically freestyling against anybody that they play. It's bound to happen, especially starting off the series. Game 1, beast modes, tight angle shot. It was the M80 near post, man, the inside near post. It comes back to nip you in the bud every now and then. You gotta learn how to move somewhere else. Good thing right here, though, in the highlights, M80 did score. They didn't get perfect swept. They ended up getting 1 on the board, but G2 Stride did exactly what me and Dorby said they were gonna do. 4-0. Easy work, light competition, and now Dazzler joins his wave, and he has to listen to me, because listen, That's the best of the game over there who just played them all.
It'd be the best, yeah. Oh, the best of the game. You played against a team that set a net. You want a cookie for that? Listen, I'm glad G2's winning. I'm glad they're in form. They did look really solid that game. But let's be honest here. I sat there. I had front row seats to that series. Where was he?
You were in the skybox, I thought.
I was in the skybox. Had
so you didn't have
overhead
front
view.
row seats.
I could have been in the front row if I wanted to. I could
The
pull camera.
Lord.
Okay,
Where's the skybox?
Stop arguing with me about the little stuff, okay? You know what I'm saying.
Listen, I'm just making sure your facts are straight.
It was
I don't want
nice
them
to
come
be
back
able to
and
have the yapping once a week. I gotta hear it maybe twice, 3 times a week. It's just too much for the mental health wave. I need you. Gotta manage.
Have to deal with it for like at least 8 minutes more, right? We're waiting for this next match to get set up here as we take a look at the bracket. G2 do continue without dropping a game. Only dropped 1 goal, if my memory serves correctly. I think I'd probably remember if there was more than 1. We got 3 more matches to go here today. Again, we're saving OG versus Space Station for the end, the very end of the day. That one's going to be an exciting match to see who gets to face off against G2 tomorrow. But we got 3 other matches to get through, and I'm excited to show those to you guys here momentarily as the teams are getting ready to play. So Cloud9 versus the Snowman gonna be our next match of the day. 11 versus 12 by the player power rankings.
That's hilarious.
The 2 upsets yesterday. You could tell they're upsets because neither team has a decal, and one team doesn't even have a logo. So they did not expect to be here, yet here they are, and they're trying to prove that they belong.
Listen, that's funny because in the hype chamber, the Snowman, their car was black. That snow, it's got a little sooty, a little bit of ash. Did a volcano explode? We don't know. But we do know that Snowman, they were on fire yesterday. Tomorrow, I'll ask you about them in a second. But I'll go to Cloud9 first. Lion Blaze, Percy's a Neo, a CRL roster from Northwood. They've got what it takes to be one of the better teams in North America. It remains to be seen if they can really put it all together. But they're going up against a Snowman squad, the Bab. And the Bab, were you on the Gen.G stream yesterday?
We're on the Gen.G stream yesterday. Yeah, I was on the Gen.G stream. We know what happened there on the Gen.G stream. But stop cutting you off because we know what happened there on that stream. Gen.G had a bad day. They took the L. But Snowman also looked really, really good going into this particular matchup. So I'm a little bit concerned on the kind of the Cloud9 side if Snowman can play on that level base.
Yeah, I know. Snowman is going to be interesting. And C9, they had a decent run yesterday. Decent run. I'm not going to say it's great, though. You really do expect them to beat a couple better teams than they did, but you only really can face the people in front of you. It's not their fault. They end up playing M80. They lost 1-3, beat Deleted XD 3-0, beat Netherlands America Canada. I think I said that right, 3-0. Lost to Shopify 1-3, and then they beat NRG 3-1. So they beat only early NRG, a team that would have been ranked prior to going into this qualifier. They beat them. Outside of that, they lost the other 2 teams that were ranked, and then they beat 2 teams that would have been similarly ranked in them, probably a little bit below. I'm not looking at the power rankings right now. So we don't really know what C9 can bring to the table, but I know what Snowman can bring to the table, and they bring the clutch team. Bring the true clutch team that they need, Wave.
We'll see if they can do it, chat. Hashtag C9, hashtag Snow, depending on which side you're feeling there. I just got to say, any Snowman that's able to survive a volcano, I am terrified of. Okay, you're saying they were covered in soot.
Yeah, that analogy was great.
That's crazy. Imagine a Snowman just walking up the side of a volcano,
I was just looking at the hype
run
chamber
for the hills. Oh my goodness. We'll see if they can do it. This is a match for me, Damar, that is like we were talking about on the pre-show. Who's good and who's great, right? Doing it on one day, well done. Congratulations. Doing it on 2 days, very difficult here. And while, yes, what we saw from the Snowman yesterday, they have a better strength of schedule, better roster of results, that might mean nothing today.
There is a chance that could happen, but I don't see it just because of the consistency in the Gen.G series, as well as when you get into the game 5. Because I'll be honest, when they went to game 5, even though Snowman were playing good and Gen.G was playing bad, I really thought the nerves would come into play, and that would be a big factor, and that would be the difference maker. But it didn't. You're right, it didn't, and I have to rate that. And also seeing the play style differences between the two, Snowman are really good on offense, and Cloud9 play a lot of defense. So. Listen, me and Base, we're on the same side of this one. We're with the snow. Wave, your head's in the clouds.
You get the chance to predict Cloud9 and RLCS. You're going to take that.
That's
chance,
actually
guys.
so
Come
crazy.
I do love that. I
would have loved to pick C9. Just for the reason you just said, Wave.
I'm telling you, hey, you come on over. You can join the dark side. It's fun over here. We got clouds. It's a great time. Yeah, this is the battle of the blizzard if I've ever seen one. Chat is split down the middle on this one. One thing we forgot to do last segment, we have a new coin, blue and orange here. I flipped it off camera. The coin picked orange. It was G2, so that's what they got. Let's see if I can do this without messing this up here. It's gonna be whatever comes up on top. It's orange. Yeah. They've got the Snowman. The coin's got the Snowman here. I might be losing to the coin after this match. We'll see what happens here, folks. Let's get into it. Match number 2 of the day. The battle of the underdogs. Cloud9 versus the Snowmen here. It's going to be a blizzard on the pitch. Let's get into the games.
Cloud9 make top 8 for a second time this split as they welcome the freshmen of Snowman to the rodeo. But can these young bloods go all the way? They've already beaten one North American finalist. Scrambling Cloud9 is next.
And you know, they looked pretty good doing it, Lemon. Rewatching that Gen.G series, Snowman, the synergy is so clear with this team. Scribbles and Frosty get a lot of the limelight, but Reveal was a big part of that Gen.G win yesterday in Swiss. Really, the physical game was the biggest part of the game for them. Now against Cloud9, where the philosophy is a little different than Gen.G. All 3 players of Cloud9 are in the top 5 in saves per game. They take a lot of shots on their own net. But they also don't allow too many. They have a really strong defense. That's what Snowmen are going to be contending with here early on.
Yeah, the C9 defense holds up for now. Also, Lion Blaze versus Anil. Northwood Blue, a little matchup. If you guys remember CRL, these have been longtime teammates who are used to being so successful at the top of collegiate. Now, how will they face off in this grudge match? For a potential to double their money. Reveal leaving it off to Frosty, and great defensive reads out of C9 to keep this ball out of the net, but Scribbles winning that almost gave Reveal a chance to score again. Great catch by Frosty in the midfield. Running out of boost, though, will get one last pop-up to the side before getting demoed.
And right now, Cloud9 struggling in the boost. Finally, they get a couple of canisters, and then Zenil gets mid-air demoed. Nice tough touch from Reveal, but you are seeing that same type of pressure from Snowmen, starving out Cloud9 defense, forcing Zenil to have to make those tough clears. And then Cloud9 are going to be playing catch-up. But how do you play catch-up? You hit the pause button, Lemon. That's the best way you catch up. Just stop the cars on the field. We'll figure out what's going on and get back into the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, this is I think the most exciting match of the day. I know we kept the best for last, whatever. You and I were very excited for this one because Cloud9, former Omelet, trying to prove that they deserve that banner. They want to, say that you guys made a right decision signing us because there's a lot of talent out there to be signed from North America and Europe. And already Cloud9 making playoffs, making top 8, that was the initial goal. So being able to beat that high score would be amazing. And then Snowmen are just coming out of nowhere, beating teams like Gen.G. Like, who are they? I want to know more.
Hey, the thing about Omelet last split before Cloud9 signed them is they made a good statement as why an org should sign them. You beat a major team in Luminosity to qualify for the top 8, and then you took G2 to 7 games. Not something that any team other than Gen.G have really been able to do in North America. So they came into this split with some momentum. Watching them in this Swiss, on their games that they won, they weren't really challenged. A lot of the teams that they played outside, or every team they beat outside of the top 8, NRG being their most difficult opponent. Snowmen, comparatively, a much more difficult Swiss run, and for my mark, looked more impressive for it. But that doesn't mean that Cloud9 aren't going to get absolutely diced in this series. I know Snowmen are favored, but you can understand why, especially with Frosty. Frosty is absolutely insane on the pitch. The back half of that Gen.G series, he especially came alive. So I'm excited to see the rest of this. Looks like Lion Blaze is trying to get his setup figured out. Seems to be an issue with his setup, but as soon as he gets back into the lobby and he's checked, we'll be good to go. So we appreciate you guys' patience.
Yeah, I mean, Lion Blaze is the GOAT, so I want him to be as comfortable as possible for sure. Yeah, Cloud9, a lot of synergy there. I'm excited to see how they're gonna stand up to the Snowman roster, who's bringing a lot of firepower and had an amazing day of Swiss. But does that translate into a consistent day 2 or a consistent playoff showing with so many of the Snowmen? This is their first time in the high stakes match. Minus maybe one player, but yeah, Snowman, this is their first time being here usually, and it's not bad to have Cloud9 as your first matchup, better than G2 or something else.
Oh, absolutely. This is the best you could get. I mean, two upcoming teams. Now, one of them guaranteed to get top 4. Like, no matter who wins this between Cloud9 and the Snowmen, it's going to be wonderful for their major chances. The fact that you don't have to play one of the Titans early. I mean, even throw Space Station into that, who don't lose to teams like Cloud9 and Snowmen. So for me, though, I was talking a little bit about Reveal earlier. He's the guy I'm keeping my eye on in this lobby, because Reveal he kind of sits at the front of the rotation. You're looking at him to be going for those demos a little more often and trying to cause some chaos and warp that Cloud9 rotation. But he also has solid mechs, and you can't sleep on him there.
Yeah, you almost cast their bless them. Never mind, you cursed them. Thanks, Jorby. Welcome back to RLCS.
Good to be home. That's a great touch from Lion Blaze, though. He's threatening the shot on net. You see both players watching Lion, both players thinking shot, and no one's thinking about the potential pass. Lion Blaze just gets the light touch, freezes the defense on the goal line, makes it an easy goal for Percy, ripped it on net.
Love to see Zanil and Lion Blaze playing together again. Hopefully when CRL comes back, wonder if they'll still be at the top, and this is just great experience for them now under a signed banner. And I wonder if Snowman can also make a case for a contract coming their way after how well they did in Swiss, with how good they looked against Gen.G. Percy looking for the bounce. Great send away by Reveal. If Snowman can keep this up from Swiss to day 2, they're definitely making an argument for being watched out for as Frosty going under the wall. Almost got that in.
Yeah, Cloud9 doing what they do best, defense. Percy grabbing that ball, and Lion Blaze gets a perfect touch out to the corner, but keeping control of that ball is proving to be difficult. Nice job from Lion Blaze. That was very smart. He knew that aggressive challenge was coming, took a flip reset try, and Snowman will break out.
Still a lead for Cloud9. Now a fight for this. Scribbles with a win, but Lion Blaze ready on the back wall is Reveal, and Frosty pressed Zanil in the net, and he still makes the save, but here's a shot by Scribbles. Zanil with the initial block, but Frosty will deliver.
If at first you don't succeed, try again. And if you don't succeed again, well, hope you get another chance. Luckily, Frosty did get another chance. A bunch of crossbar hits. Nobody has any boost. Everyone just jumping at every shot. It looked close enough on the back 2 shots. Usually you see 3 crossbar hits turn into a counterattack goal. Not a 4th shot. Snowman definitely fortunate to get that one as it comes across. Good pressure, though. You had done the job starving out Cloud9, which we saw them do at the start of the game before the pause. That would prove difficult. You know, you can play as much defense as you want. You can have all the saves. That's fine, but if you're not winning that boost battle, you'll be on defense for an infinite amount of time. Reveal, no boost challenge, as Cloud9 continue to find a way out.
Frosty couldn't get the bump onto Percy because he was jumping up trying to get a hand up for the save, and Snowman have been pressuring them. Finally, Lion Blaze goes for the demo. 3-on-2. Zanil to Lion Blaze. Back to Zanil. Reveal ready on the back wall to slow burn for Cloud9. The Lion Blaze keeping it going from the midfield. Scribbles with a clear 2 mid. Back to Percy. Cloud9. How can they keep this going? Zanil tries to pass to Lion Blaze. Scribbles barely gets there in time. But it's Cloud9 that finally lose track of this offense and have to play some defense.
Tough ball for Zanil. Is a bit heavy in the corner, and he didn't have a lot of boost to catch back up to it, which is the same deal for Lion Blaze earlier. Downfield, when he went for that pass, Scribbles jumped on top of him. Again, no boost. That's a good 50 from Percy to get set up, though. The problem is the midfield. Oh, that's a great move from Zanil, flipping into the boost. Still Frosty was happy to let him do it. This was going to be hard for Zenil to actually win that touch. Now they're losing the 50s. Percy sticks close. Lion Blaze, he bumps the follow-up play. So Snowmen are getting chipped on their way to the ball on offense. Cloud9 are barely hanging on. Lion Blaze has 5 saves.
It's insane. It's Snowman. 2 of the 3 players during that whole play had 0 boost, so I don't blame them for running out of steam. Last couple of seconds before OT. Here's the final press out of Cloud9. Zenil taking it up from the corner, dropping it off, but no one could tap it in. We go to OT.
Well, that's about what I expected. Snowmen, you know, they don't light up the scoreboard, ranking 10th in the league in shots per game. Goals about the same area. But against a defense like Cloud9, I wouldn't be surprised if every game this series goes to overtime. But that solid goal line defense continues to be the identity of this Cloud9 team. Nice short touches for Snowmen. See if they can generate more pressure. Not a ton of boost in the tank, though. Some time buying touches as they get refueled.
And Snowmen now have 2 players refueled, going for the 50s, Frosties, and stuff somebody into the net, but then Reveal doesn't win his challenge, so Scribbles has to get involved. Reveal with the demo to keep Cloud9 locked into this half. At any moment, this could spill into the net and end OT, but finally Cloud9 can breathe.
Frosty maybe panicked a little earlier, feeling Lion Blaze breathing down his neck. Heavy touch, can't follow it up. Still, you got full boost on second and third man, and it doesn't matter. Couldn't hang on to the ball, just buying time for Scribbles to get back. You know, great structure on defense as always from Cloud9. They're always able to find the clear. The big question is, can you keep protecting your corner boosts? Can you not be hungry at all? The Snowmen have been able to starve them out, but the midfield hasn't been as free for Snowmen in overtime. You mentioned a couple of attacks from Snowmen, boostless for first and second man. Scribbles expends the tank here and forcing Cloud9 to make more saves. Lion Blaze gets the bump, but Zenil, you saw him too far back. Not enough boost. Now he gets tackled, and Percy's forced to buy time.
I like that battle out of Lion Blaze to leave the ball, trust his team, go for the bump, because he was in a 1v1. He thought if Cloud9 were quicker to the punch, they'd be able to knock Snowman out cold once and for all in this OT. It now enters 2 minutes. Percy, down low shot saved at the goal line by Frosty. First on it is Cloud9's offense. They demo and they keep Snowmen weak. Scribbles will be denied his escape. Zenil is back with a vengeance with a shot wide from mid, and Percy with a catch and adjusts well against Scribbles. Zenil off the back wall searching and hunting to get these defenders out of the way. How can Cloud9 find the gap? It's just about time, but Cloud9 are running out of boost. 2 of the 3 running on fumes.
Nothing. At the start of that push, there were only 6 shots for Cloud9. Compare that to the 16 from Snowman. And then they ripped off 4 more shots. Here's another one. Lion Blaze, he can't put it in. He doesn't put it in. Zenil underneath has to buy time. Now Percy boostless. Getting back, grab the midfield boost. Lion Blaze back into position. How does it not go in?
No shot. 3 minutes, Lion Blaze, round 2, leaving it off. It's Cloud9. Got some great touches to keep the offense burning. Lion Blaze is circling his prey right now, trying to harass Frosty, make him think twice about how he maneuvers. Lion Blaze just keeps sending Snowman back to square one. Zenil with a pop-up. Percy jumps to the back wall. It goes. Scribbles gets a touch on it. Sends it all the way to Frosty. Tries to redirect it into the net. Reveal with some pressure, but Zenil will stand up tall.
Now Lion Blaze on the wing as well. Until this point, very defensive posture. Oh, Percy can't dunk him. And oh my God, are you kidding me? Oh, the 4th man for the Snowman. You usually need 3 snowballs for a Snowman, but they decided to add a 4th smaller one on top. Because why not? I don't understand how Cloud9 have not won this game. They're going to lose.
Oh my
it's
God.
on the post and he wasn't ready for it.
How? How? All of these are missing an OT. We basically are playing another game. Reveal. Running the flip reset, got somebody in the net. Lead blocker. And Snowman trying to retaliate after Lion Blaze has made him sweat for long enough. Reveal and Frosty with the ping. Double commit saved, and C9 just can't get on this ball. You got Hercules at the edge of her seat. When will she will run out of breath, and so will I. Snowman still patrolling in the net, being bullies, but now they're one man down. They can't keep this up.
Reveal, nice 50, boosting into that. The timing was perfect. He's got no boost as all the other challenges go Cloud9's way. Frosty buys crucial time. I totally killed that. Zanil actually protects the boost. You see Cloud9 wanting to move forward, and then they get stuffed on the 50. And then on the next 3 rotations, you got second and third man sitting farther back and just hoping that a long clear into a mistouch can give them another offensive possession. Look at Reveal stuffing the ball, totally skinnying up the space. And Cloud9 have to go and try to force the issue. Such a great stop from Reveal in the midfield. Now he gets deleted and Cloud9 can break out.
It was a great setup by Scribbles, a touch from mid to even get the ball close. A Snowman Frosty to Reveal, connecting. Lion Blaze breaking it up. Reveal still off the ceiling as Percy contests. Scribbles against Lion Blaze with Zanil coming out of the net to help. And Snowman just get overwhelmed in these 1v2s. Barely able to hold on to possession. Lion Blaze to Zanil, but he was already dashing away. Scribbles trying to deny this once again. Lion Blaze, he's had so many close calls and he just can't execute. Here is Reveal against Percy, who pinches it down. Reveal to Scribbles. More saves coming out of C9, and they're out of dodge.
14 shots for Cloud9 and 26 shots for the Snowmen. That's a lot of heat in cold weather. Scribbles just has to clear it downfield. He's got no options. He's got no boost. He'll try to steal some, maybe bump Lion Blaze, but he completely misses him. The Snowmen just keep on taking shots. Cloud9 constantly in a reactionary position, trying to force that first man to make a move. But every time the follow-up is tasked with keeping control of the ball, the Snowmen jump right on top of them. This is that aggressive posture that helped them beat Gen.G. Now Frosty winning the touch. Zanil comes in on the last layer. Percy low, but Lion Blaze is back with a full tank of boost. The Cloud9 defense holds for now.
You said to watch out for this Reveal guy. He's winning these 50s and have Cloud9 turning their heads, and Frosty with the reset off the backboard. Scribbles denied by Zanil. Snowmen have done everything they can. They've been in this half forever, and Scribbles from up high can't slam dunk on this team. Snowman Reveal versus Zanil. This crosses in front of the net. A dangerous ball that Cloud9 still have not been punished for.
2 or 3 times now on this push, Snowmen have tried to demo Cloud9 off the ball, trying to get them off of defense. They have not been able to score, but they've missed every demo attempt. As soon as one of those connects and they disjoint this Cloud9 rotation, that might be it. But as time keeps going, the harder it is to hold on to that ball. Don't get counterattack. Lion Blaze up high, and Frosty had enough boost. Lion Blaze again with nothing. Cloud9 get downfield, but they're losing the pitch game. That's going to be hard to hold on to the ball, but they're still finding the win. Zanil up high. What a drop! Percy forces it through. No crossbar this time.
No way. With this layered defense of the Snowmen, we entered almost an 8-minute OT, and you needed to find the gap or create one by force if needed. What a beautiful pass. Putting their backs against the wall. Cloud9 take game 1. I had to double check. Yes, game 1 after an 8-minute OT.
I love how Cloud9, they didn't even get, oh no, they did get credit for that last shot. Okay, I was gonna say, that's kind of ridiculous, but they got it. Still, look at the stat card. Specifically, look at the shots. Reveal took 12 shots by himself. Some teams are lucky to get 12 shots in a single game. And that is just so much offense from Snowman. Again, I think it came down to they didn't execute in the physical game. Cloud9 avoided them. Lion Blaze avoided 2 demos, one from Reveal, one from Frosty, and then they tried to get Zanil, and Percy backed him up. It flipped the opposite way. Percy got bumped. Zanil came in to cover. The Snowmen were trying everything, but nothing was working. If they connect on just one more of those, I think they might get the space. But Cloud9 structure on defense, this is what gets them into the top 8. This is what got Omelet into the top 8 back last major. And, you know, against a team like Snowmen, this is a strategy that can work. It's not like they haven't beaten Snowmen before. They did it in the double elimination portion, granted. But not this regional, but still. What a performance for Cloud9 on defense, Lemon.
And what a performance out of our two GOATs, Percy versus Frosty. Like, almost 1,300 score out of Percy, 8 shots, 8 saves, 2 goals. What more do you need Percy to do? And then Frosty, 1 goal, 9 shots. Yes, of course, the forever long OT helps in the stats, but holy cow, what a match we have ahead of us. Game 2 with Cloud9 in a lead, but it was blood, sweat, and tears to deliver that final blow after so many close calls came out of LionBlaze himself on these solos, but overall, it's how Cloud9 connected as a team. That was the finisher. And Reveal, you said to keep your eyes on this guy. He was such a nuisance.
Absolutely, and so good at holding possession as well for the Snowman. Frosty's gonna do that here for Scribbles. The Snowmen don't have to really change much. To me, it's pure execution. If they continue to execute at that level, I don't think Cloud9 are going to be able to withstand 30 shots on net again.
Yeah.
But we'll
Speaking
see.
of
I mean,
shots, yeah.
No, I was
Reveal.
gonna say, yeah, go.
Oh, just the
I'm too
stats of
excited.
just Reveal tied the RLCS any record for shots in a game at 12. So speaking of shots, this guy's the GOAT. Your turn.
Cloud9 have the least amount of shots scored on them coming into this event. I think they only allow 14% of shots taken on them to go in, which is pretty impressive considering the amount of shots that they take.
Just love to see young new talent enter RLCS and really shake things up. I mean, this regional is already shaken up for me, not seeing LG here, seeing kind of the underdogs. Oh, this is close. Percy can't close the gap. Frosty, beautiful block at the post. But yeah, this new talent, Snowman, Cloud9, really stepping up here at the start of this next split. Snowman, gotta be careful. Percy and Zanil control the midfield. Now Percy up high, bumped off the ball by Scribbles, and Zanil is too far forward.
That was a great adjustment from Percy. That could have been a bad 50 for his team, but he just got ahead of the bump, was able to put that ball into safety. And see Cloud9 start to structure their way back on defense. They just get there in time. It looks like Snowman are going to get in a threatening position. There's always a touch that just kills their rotation. LionBlaze earlier with the big boom downfield. Here's more pressure, but Frosty, he can't go. Both of his teammates too far forward, and he just got flicked on. Cloud9 take another one. Zanil all by himself.
Yeah, when two opponents are having a handshake, they're having a dance battle in your net, you know you're just gonna get bulldozed. Great counterattack out of Cloud9 when Snowman, they really looking like they were starting to build something special in that offense. But Reveal up high, starting to run out of boost, going for the double, and Frosty has a tough bounce. He'll still go up the wall, but Percy had the win.
And you know, that's how the old version 1 made teams look. You just play defense, 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 and now a third man gets caught out, and that's off the bar. Unfortunate for the Snowmen. And then they kill you on a counterattack because third man, it was just so used to staying on offense that, oh, why is Zanil flicking this ball over my head now? Frosty, an optimistic rotation on the last one, and Zanil pops it back downfield as Scribbles rotates back and Reveal buys him some time.
Now Scribbles high again, catches it. Reveal back to Scribbles, flicks it above LionBlaze, makes him look silly, and Percy comes out of that net early, shoved out of the way, and somehow Cloud9 did not hemorrhage in that moment.
Oh, that's a huge shot. What a save off the bar. LionBlaze denied again. Scribbles coming out of the net, recovering, and Frosty forces Zanil to make the move. Scribbles just totally stuffed the ball with no boost and couldn't prevent the boomer, but Reveal will grab it. Oh my God, so many close calls, Lemon, not just from the Snowman. How many Cloud9 ripped off of the crossbar in the last game? Jeez.
Yeah, I'm frustrated. If I would be on Cloud9, if I was on a team stream, it looks like they're gonna score, and Frosty makes it look easy like that.
Frosty gets the demo. I don't even think he's getting there on that challenge, but it's that touch right there, or rather, the touch that didn't come from LionBlaze, mistiming his flip. See, he just let go of his controller afterwards. He couldn't believe that he missed that. And a whiff better get punished in that situation. That's unfortunate. Cloud9, who had played perfect, almost perfect on defense this whole time, for that to go in, and now this rebound goes in. Oh, you're right, Zanil. I'm sorry, I didn't respect that.
Gotta respect this game and gotta respect Snowman's offense. Reveal, though, is getting overwhelmed, and the play will leave his sight. Cloud9, it's Lion Blaze, who has to stay focused too. He's had these unfortunate situations happen where at perfect execution would have helped Cloud9 get a lead or end overtime earlier. Here comes Frosty, stopped, slowed. And Scribbles waits for his moment to contest this as Cloud9 out of the back passes with so many cooks in the Snowman kitchen.
Reveal got a little bit of space, and he'll make the most of it. Just nothing on the backboard, but he broke his team out. Ooh, Frosty. I think he wanted that touch off the ceiling. It was a good adjustment to at least force Anil to play a bouncer. The ideas are there, and Frosty is living up to the name so far. He has played, every time he's on the ball, he is electric. Reveal has Scribbles demo with some space. The shot right through the gap. Frosty chills the Cloud9 defense.
Look at this synergy. Reveal runs out of boost. Frosty says, I got your back, and powers us through 2 defenders at the 4-second mark. Snowman have the lead, hoping to equalize the series. Cloud9 need to full send at this kickoff. They set themselves up into the orange half, but Frosty has boost. Zenil contests. This is gonna land on the ground. Snowman tie the series.
And I'd love to look at that Lion Blaze attempt in the corner. That first goal from Frosty that went in from the replay angle. It did look like a clear whiff from Lion Blaze. I'm just curious how that one looked to him on his camp. So I was looking at Frosty during it, and that's just what Lion Blaze always comes up with. But Lion Blaze had 86 points in that game.
Oh, wow.
I don't remember the last time I've seen Lion Blaze under like 200, let alone 100. That's not the performance you need out of Lion Blaze, who is the king of your defenders on this team. And it's that touch right there. Yeah, Lion Blaze, that corner bounce. I think he's expecting a different bounce off the corner because he flips like it's going to roll a different way. That's unfortunate because that totally changed the makeup of the series. Cloud9, it's, oh, they're blocking everything. They're blocking everything. None of our shots are going in. But as soon as Lion Blaze whiffs and, well, the Sharks start circling, right? Then Reveal totally kills the ball. He baits Zenil up into the wall to try to defend. He's got to go back down, and Frosty's hiding behind him the whole time. The rest of Cloud9 rotating back. They see Zenil go up, and they think, okay, Zenil, get that. They start to trust, go back around in the rotation, but Reveal makes a great play, just leaves it to Frosty right beneath him. And that's what Snowmen do, you know? Cloud9 give you a mistake, and then you put him, or you kill him with a mechanical play and creating a play on your own like that. That's the danger with this Snowmen team. That's why people love this team, is because of plays like that. They can just turn a game on its head, and there's just so much skill, so much potential on this roster. They've been real fun to watch so far.
And that's why we love this series. The score has been 1-1. Well, yeah, the series score is 1-1, but these games have been stuck at 1-1 for so long. We almost got an 8-minute OT. Again, we almost got an OT until a 4-second goal. Frosty saving us in that moment. Now, both these teams going toe-to-toe with the transitions being difficult. Percy almost with the double denied and readjusted there by Scribbles. It's Cloud9 looking like they have to retreat, but then Zenil steps up, and you were right, Snowmen going toe-to-toe against Zenil when he takes that ball high. Now Zenil waits, and Percy will step forward. And it's kind of hesitation on how you want to go down the field with this. Finally, Reveal goes for a full send, but now that Lion Blaze goes up the wall, we're back to square one.
Gets a good 50 here. Breakout for Cloud9. See how these follow-ups go. Percy, free touch. That's easily defended by Frosty. Maintains his speed with 45. Going for the bump. See you, Lion Blaze. But actually, did he get bumped back by his team? I was looking at Frosty's cam. I did not think he was getting that save. And yet here we are. He picks up another save. I think the follow-up man was there. I blinded myself on that play.
Well, somehow this is still scoreless. The defenses have been so incredibly clutch so far, and how clutch can Percy be? Zenil looks to bump, Reveal doesn't land it. He gets a hand on the ball, but Zenil can turn on this first. Possession already against Frosty. He'll get past him. Scribbles just tries the roundabout, and Lion Blaze added to this. And how can Cloud9 try to bait Snowman out of their nets, trying to use that back wall? Frosty was ready for it. Lion Blaze wants to get this to Zanil, and Percy with just the straight up shot that Reveal has to save, but it's looking scary for the Snowman defense.
Still Reveal's car control continues to pay him dividends, and he continues to make saves. He only got 12 in the tank. Wants to push up. Gotta be careful here, though. Very tight rotation for Snowman. Now you get some time to get some boost, Reveal. Only a couple of pads, though. That's all he needs. Percy leaves for Zanil, and Reveal will not let that ball in. They haven't done enough to shake him off the line, and he's got some backup in case anything goes wrong, but Reveal's touches out into safety. They're just missing the follow-ups right now. That's what they need, and they're going to give him the space. Frosty drills through, and Snowmen finally break out.
Can they actually get this ball? I guess Frosty will get a piece of it. So will Percy. Cloud9, that offense that they had, it felt like it lasted forever. And still, we are at a 0-0 scoreline. As Neil wants to follow this, and Frosty leaves it to Reveal, and too many blockers in the way. Speaking of that, Scribbles bullying Zanil out of the picture. Snowman back pass, trying to get this away. Zanil with the attempted dunk as Cloud9 go for demos. 3-on-2, Percy passing it to the Ghost. Zanil wasn't positioned because of that bump and that demo. But for now, Reveal and Frosty start to look threatening.
Oh, no.
By the whiff by Zanil. Oh, that was terrifying.
Oh, and Reveal, that was about the quickest you could have reacted to that play, too. To get the long ball to buy some time and get set back up in the midfield, but man, some of these chances for Snowmen. We talk about Cloud9's defense. Let's talk about Reveal, who has been making most of the saves. He's got 4, and then he got 2 apiece from Frosty and Scribbles. You know, they're matching that Cloud9 defense, but Snowmen just feels like there's a little bit more. At least in the mechanics, especially got Frosty here. That was a nice move on the sidewall, and the pass, and the shot. Oh, Reveal! Taking the lead with less than a minute remaining, but it was all Frosty. This is what everyone loves this kid for. The mechanics. He's able to shorten up the field and lengthen the sticks down the stretch on the blue half. There's just nothing they could do against him. He wins every 50. He's got the chain dash on the wall to maintain speed, the car control, the ball control. It's all there for Frosty.
And Frosty was the go last game too, with the game-winning one. And just the way that Snowmen play off of each other, these short handoffs in front of the net, forcing mistakes out of Cloud9, and Frosty gets to finish this off and add another one to the tally.
Oh, now it starts to get difficult for Cloud9. Lionblaze going forward. He had jumped early. As Zanil was coming across, he thought Zanil was dead on the play. And Lionblaze just jumps into an orange car, and he's stuck looking like a Goomba. And boostless, useless for third man on Cloud9. Snowmen taking full advantage in this game and have really taken complete control of the series right now.
Frosty almost had the hat trick with that one, with the reset looking kind of clean. This is turning into an avalanche. Reveal almost shoving Zanil into his own net, but not with the ball this time. It's Frosty from coast to coast. Snowmen playing pretty deep on this one. Now retreating to reestablish that structure. They know that they smelt blood in the water, and that's how committed Snowmen were to that third goal. But Cloud9 keep it at bay. And really, they haven't been able to score. These have been 1-1 games until Cloud9 will just be put to sleep in this game 3, giving Snowmen a lead here in this quarterfinal.
Excellent game from the Snowmen. Cloud9 have no answer right now after winning a long overtime in game 1. Reveal getting top honors. He's finding himself at the top of the scoreboard a lot for his team, but make no mistake about it, it is not a one-man show. All 3 players on this team really producing. Scribbles didn't get a shot until the very end of the game, but he didn't need to. He had a lot of nice 50s, helping to either buy time or keep a push going. Sometimes that's the only thing called for you to do in a game. But to me, the most other than Frosty, we've talked about him a lot this game, going back to Reveal, Lemon. Because how many times you see him just up, perfect soft touch, all of Cloud9, they're all pushing forward, everyone's boost, 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 and then all of a sudden he just stops. And everyone's like, oh, now we have to wait because last time I tried to challenge Reveal, I lost when he caught it there. And then they tried bumping him. Wasn't working. They couldn't get enough on offense. They took what? They took 9 shots. Only 1 more for Snowman. But despite the shot differential only being 1, It never felt like Cloud9 actually had any purchase in the offensive half for more than a couple of seconds. Snowmen are so good at bringing the ball down, utilizing their mechanics to beat that first man on Cloud9, and that has crumbled the rotation many times. When the field gets short, Cloud9 get better at getting back to those touches. But Snowmen just have so many weapons in the arsenal to go to. With all three of these players, when you have all three players that can play on the ball like they do, there's just too many options available to them, and Cloud9 don't have the same bite.
At least you could say that Cloud9's defense has been so frustrating that Snowman have had to pull out all the stops, whether it's a solo play by Frosty or a handoff to him. Snowman really know how to force quick reactions and big mistakes out of Cloud9, who weren't really able to have an answer, as you said. Just small moments where Cloud9 had a chance to score back, but haven't been able to stretch Snowman thin on that defense. And Frosty with the shot, Lion Blaze left on his own to save. Snowman still on the ball.
It was even like that touch from Percy, though. Like, you have a little bit of space, right? And Snowmen aren't really that close, but he bangs the ball off to the sidewall, and that just makes it easy to keep possession. But hey, how about we be quiet for a second for Lion Blaze? As he puts that ball in the net, they kill him on the counterattack. Can't praise Snowman for too long as the play's going the other way. Great touch from Percy. Reveal tried to meet him, but his timing just a little bit behind Percy, and Lion Blaze is able to put it in.
Yeah, reminiscent of Snowman's offense, or just how they've been successful playing the sides of the net, and forcing just bad decisions out of Cloud9 and missed touches at moments that Snowman have capitalized on this time. It's revenge for Cloud9. Or even up to the ceiling. Scribbles is getting contested. Lion Blaze, he's been the guy to help Cloud9 transition. And he's had a comeback in game 3 when he thought he was a little quiet in game 2. In Cloud9, they want to ramp up the score, and Lion Blaze back to spawn he goes, as it'll be up to Percy and Zanil. But they're getting demoed left and right, now trying to contend against Snowman, but their place is gone.
Snowman looking for some stability. They bomb the ball downfield. Reveal not a ton in the tank. Keep him locked in for now. Another boom downfield for Percy. Can this be enough for Lion Blaze? A lot of hard hits. Didn't have a lot of space there. I understand the hard hit there. Zanil takes the pot shot, seeing Reveal lurk forward, but he's always able to recover. And they haven't really caught Reveal out in that situation much at all.
Zanil's doing his best to get into the net and disrupt those blockers, but not landing that. Cloud9 still fight for possession. Inch by inch they go, and Zanil just tipping this forward, but it's not really to anyone. Cloud9 can get to the orange half, but can they get there with the ball? And can they be alive in the net? Reveal will equalize.
It's not just Reveal that turns into a physical monster. Frosty winning the 50, Scribbles winning the boost, and Frosty bumping 2 out of the way. Zanil, well, he's out of the stadium for a couple of seconds. Nice work from Frosty, completely opened up that. And Scribbles also shortens up the field by playing so aggressively and getting that touch. There's so much trust that Frosty's just gonna win that ball. And with how Reveal has been playing on the back line, on the goal line, why not be super aggressive with Scribbles and Frosty? Frosty's nary been losing 50s. And when you establish that sort of confidence on the pitch, and you just get to play at your rhythm for so long, it's so hard to shake players like these out of it. Cloud9, they've not been able to control the ball as effectively. They've clearly felt anxious because most of their touches have had to be boomers, or sometimes not even have to be boomers, but they slap into the ball and hope they could just follow it up. Problem is, Snowmen aren't really giving you many missed touches. Look, Frosty gets the boost. Love that touch. No one can respond. They all have to wait. They do get it out, but you love the idea there from Frosty.
A lot more back and forth in this last minute. Scribbles bringing in some speed, trying to get in Zanil's face and guiding this forward. It's been tough to break apart Cloud9's defense. Snowman, it's been low scoring, as you said, but they started to find cracks in that armor, and it's been being physical. But Cloud9 have to watch for these short passing plays in front of the net. It's not the initial shot you gotta worry about usually. It's the second man pushing up, and Snowman haven't been able to connect here in this last minute till Frosty and Reveal try to find each other, pushing Percy out of the way, who has to go low for the ball. Snowman looking real threatening.
Percy does shorten it up, keeps the touch tight. Unfortunately, there was a small chance you were going to get that read. Now it's a 2 versus 1. He lets it go for the fake, and the shot is right into Lion Blaze. You love how they drew that one up, but it's the execution that kills Snowman in the end.
Cloud9 with great defensive reads too. Zaniel on the side. Well, what Scribble's up to? It's Frosty, Lion Blaze, shaking hands. Cloud9 need to get on this ball. Has been Snowman just taking pot shots at them. Scribbles will push Percy out of the way. Any opportunity Snowman can create, they will go for it. Lion Blaze wanting a better touch to Zaniel, and that's cleared out.
Nice job from Percy again, IDing the space, trying to beat Scribbles, but Frosty was in the perfect follow-up spot. Shortens it up, Reveal, kicks it away, going for the bump. You can see the idea there, the synergy. Reveal knows he can't push that ball himself, so what does he do? Pops it up for Scribbles, turns off ball cam, and immediately goes for the bump. Now you keep playing offense, and Frosty ices up again. 14 seconds left, steals the ball, fakes the first challenge. Percy missed it, over your head, into your net.
Just did not expect that. Eventually, if Cloud9 were going to play defense this entire game, it was going to bleed through eventually. Snowman with the lead in the last 4 seconds of the previous game to a lead in the last 12 to potentially go to series point unless Cloud9 can have a comeback. It's Zaniel with the pinch too. Lion Blaze that maybe could have tucked it in, but all 3 defenders of Snowman in the net. 0 seconds. Zaniel keeps it up. And Lion Blaze, no boost, leaves it to Percy. Reveal breaks it up, and Snowman will go to series point.
Snowman not even worried on that defensive stand. In full control at the end of the game. Reveal getting top honors once more with a goal off of 5 shots. And Scribbles again, not taking any shots. He doesn't need to. But we've seen a couple of times in the rotation, Scribbles' effect on the pitch, where he kind of plays that close second with whoever is first man, whether it be Reveal or Frosty. He'll take whatever option is there to try to take it away from Cloud9. On the Frosty push on the 50s, it was the boost and the high option pass to Reveal. Sometimes it's the demos, but like we talked a lot about Frosty and Reveal. As Scribbles, he's more than just a caboose on the train. Okay, he's helping keep things alive on offense and defense through the battles that you don't get to see on the highlight reel, through the small game. That's where battles are truly won in these types of series, is what is that guy at the bottom of the scoreboard doing? Is he doing enough to keep your team on offense? Is he helping support your team on defense? The answer for Scribbles is yes. And that's the thing, Lemon, is that Scribbles can also be a front man. That's the scary part about Snowman. If you weren't entertained by this team before, I mean, this series, you should be entertained, okay? Cloud9 are not letting them, but they're giving them a show about how much they play defense. The timeout comes out, 3-1 now. Snowmen need 1 more, but you see why their Swiss was so successful.
Absolutely, like Snowman beat Gen.G, the only other team that's been able to do that in a while, at least recent memories, G2. Snowman, you gotta watch out for them, the dark horses. And yes, they've just been able to squeak out wins in game 2, where they had these last 10-second goals to get the lead at the last second. You said Scribbles was more than a caboose. He's the whole conductor. This is an entire train. Snowmen, they're just a unit. And like I said, their passes are amazing. Their handoffs, their fakes, and Cloud9 haven't been able to build up to that level of potential on their offense. Snowmen are just out leveling them.
They just don't have the same control. You see the difference. Like, there was a few times Percy gets a little bit of space and he tries to control the ball. Every other time, though, they get the ball on offense, it's either they have 40 boosts in the tank, you're being immediately challenged and you're forced to dump the ball in the corner, or I have no boost, my team is recovering, I'm in my own half, and I have to boom the ball downfield. Snowmen are dominating the pitch game right now. And if you're winning the pitch game, it's going to be hard to control the ball. And then the few times you actually get to, chances are you haven't done enough work to starve out Snowmen. Snowmen outplaying Cloud9. That overtime, the long overtime Cloud9 won. We've seen so many series where it just goes in the favor of the team that won that overtime. But it happened in game 1. And Snowmen immediately recovered off of it. So something's got to change here for Cloud9. And how do you do it? Is it the physical game? Can you take Reveal off the pitch? They've tried that a couple of times. Can you beat Frosty on these 50s? That may be where you have to start, is actually start winning these touches and getting some consistent offense in the midfield. Again,
Okay.
you tried to get the bump. Frosty avoids it, and Lion Blaze is on the shot. He's got no boost. So how do you expect him to get a decent shot right there without enough bounce on the ball? He's not going to, and Frosty's got enough boost that he's going to respond to that anyway. That's been happening all game. Now you get bumped, but there's the layers for Lion Blaze.
And we love the layered defense out of Cloud9 when you know these passing come through. Maybe they're even going for bumps or being more physical and aggressive. Cloud9 have made the adjustments after that timeout to have a better eye on this. But Snowman, they doubled the shots from Cloud9 previous games. Snowman have been full domination mode, despite the score not really saying that. Their field presence does, and Percy almost turned this whole play around, but Scribbles doesn't let that go anywhere. But maybe to Frosty, depending on how he can readjust. One touch, not the second. Percy with the send away. Scribbles bringing it right back to the sender, though, as Cloud9 panicking and not letting Snowman connect on these passes, and on the crossbar. The pressure is mounting for Snowman.
Good job from Lion Blaze covering the demo. Zanil might be able to break through for them. This is about as much time as Cloud9 have been able to have, and then Lion Blaze gets bumped. Frosty scoops it over. He just pre-flips into it, and that change of speed can be hard to read. You know you have to anticipate it. So if you know you're anticipating, it's all about timing. But if your timing is even a half or quarter second off, you're not beating Frosty then. He's beaten him on so many of these plays, and that was the play right there, Lemon. Zanil had to win that 50 if Cloud9 wanted to keep possession and really force Snowman to feel the pressure.
Yeah.
But they didn't. They lost to Frosty.
They ain't lost to Frosty. You're so disappointed, but Snowman still with the first goal, Cloud9. They need to be able to build momentum. Just these initial shots, the initial development hasn't been on enough offensive output to score more than, what, once, maybe twice in a game?
Yeah,
Snowman.
they've only got one goal at the most per game.
Really tough for Cloud9 to get anything going.
Love that attempted switch up too. Frosty, I don't know if he meant to get ahead of the ball on that specific opportunity, but you've seen Snowmen link up together like that before. Now you messed up twice. We'll see if Cloud9 can actually hold on to the midfield. But no, Percy does not want to go. Lion Blaze was sitting downfield. Zanil is still rotating back. You can understand the hesitation there. But as a result, Snowmen keep control. Zanil gets the challenge, but everyone is moving backwards on Cloud9. The midfield challenges are just to buy time for Cloud9, not to set up shop in the orange half. Nice stop from Frosty. Pop, flick, a little high, and no immediate rebound. Reveal is playing a tight second man to Frosty, but he gets back to the touch, scribbles up quickly, had no more boost left in the tank, but continues to win the touches.
Oh my god, there's 3 people of Snowman on this ball. How can you clear it?
That's what they're all just controlling air dribbling. Like, they look like NA Team Queso back when they took Europe by storm. That's what this team looks like right now. I'm excited. They look great.
Zanil had a chance there too. Frosty beats him to the pitch, and Snowman start to press, and Lion Blaze with a good save. They 2v2. Scribbles goes for the demo. Frosty against Zanil. No, Percy had the jump. Calls off Zanil, and with C9 trying to get clears, is there someone deep enough to even pass to? Can they hold on to possession? Snowmen have been stuffing them. They just Cloud9 are underwater and they can't breathe anymore. There's less than a minute left, and if Snowmen scored at any point, this is going to be the end of Cloud9 in this quarterfinal.
They seem unwilling to commit. Cloud9 commit first man just to make Snowmen move. Percy on the last defensive try. He stays off the ball despite both of his teammates being back, and he decides to turn off the challenge and try to play it himself. Like, you gotta get Snowman to like give you some harder touches, and that's not gonna happen if you never challenge him effectively there. Frosty puts it high. You know, that's part of the reason why Cloud9 allows so many shots, but a team that can control it as well as Snowman, I feel like I've said it ad nauseum this match. But it's the same things that keep happening. Cloud9 have kept this scoreless despite all of that. They've held firm. And the end of regulation, it's high. 2 touches and denied on the goal line again. Reveal with an epic save. We've got overtime.
Hopefully not an 8-minute one, because it goes the distance. Both these teams, like, just they minimize risks when it comes to OT, but this series has only heated up, and so has Revealed. Snowman go to the semifinal.
The result has finally been revealed to us. Snowmen top 4. Scribbles, Frosty, and Reveal making a statement here in North America, taking down one of the better defenses in North America. They beat Gen.G yesterday. They get top 4 today. Are you not impressed with this team?
I very much am. To go 4-1 here against Cloud9, who, yes, it's their second time making playoffs. Snowman, their first time, and what a showing they've had to just the composure you have in 2 overtimes to go the distance against a team that is, I would say, established like Cloud9 is an amazing showing out of Snowman. This is not just a Swiss day fluke where you caught Gen.G on a bad day. You're catching a lot of people off guard, and Snowman will have to face the winner of Shopify Rebellion versus Gen.G. Jorby, we could get a rematch.
We could get a rematch. I'm not gonna lie to you, Lemon. I really want the rematch because I was impressed with them against Gen.G, but in a best of 7, can you do it again against First Killer? I do have my doubts, but we will maybe get to see it. Who knows? Justin was on a killing spree yesterday, and that may continue. But to find out what happens, guys, you gotta stay with us because we're gonna go to break really quick. We're coming back with that match. Who goes to play the Snowman? Gen.G or Shopify Rebellion? Find out after the break.
Come on, guys, get me.
Nice play.
So cute.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Snowman take care of business here. Cloud9 took game 1, but Snowman took every single game from there. Phenomenal performance from them. And to talk about it is Coach Impulse from Snowman. Impulse, congratulations on this win. You gotta tell me, how's it feeling?
Feeling good. Feeling good. We trained for this. So it's good to see that we got the result and reacted properly to the series that was ahead.
I mean, talk to me about yesterday as well. I mean, you guys come off that Swiss stage. Of course, like you said, you put in a lot of preparation. I mean, going up against, like, for Gen.G specifically, you guys went the distance all the way. But are you guys feeling, like, excited from this? Or is this just something that you guys always knew you had the potential to do, and now it's just, okay, finally putting this into practice?
I mean, of course, we're excited. It's good to see that our training is finally coming into fruition on the pitch. And from yesterday, yeah, we knew that the challenge was ahead, but I'll speak a little bit about my experience. I used to coach parkour and free running for 6 to 7 years, and I used to train it for that long as well. Shout out Move Free Academy. That's where I started my coaching journey. If it's anything that I know how to teach my players, it's how to conquer a challenge. And we had to conquer yesterday, and we conquered today.
Conquered, you guys did. I mean, you guys end up making top 4 here now. Let's dive in a little bit deeper into the series. Of course, Cloud9 was super defensive, but you guys were able to kind of manage that pressure. What's it like going, at least in the comms here with the team, knowing that you guys are playing against a defensive battle, but just figuring things out step by step? What's the energy like with the players?
Oh, the energy is immaculate. It really is. In my coaching approach, it's much more on the mentality side, and I try to provide my players with a good environment for them to perform, and it's working out for us. I'm not going to speak further on exactly what we do, but our energy is really good. Yeah.
That's totally valid, totally valid. And I mean, again, you know, you talk about the energy, you talk about the mentality. When you have this team full of very young players, I mean, you're able to get these guys focused and locked in for gameplay. Is it really a challenge, or, I mean, are these guys a little bit more mature than their age shows them?
In my values as a coach, I see it as a challenge. We're just trying to give the players the best possible start that we possibly can in their career. I really care about their progress, and I really care how far that they can go. And we're just gonna take everything step by step. I don't really want to think too much about anything in the future or anything in the past. We're just trying to stay present here.
That's valid. That's definitely valid. I mean, speaking of the present, now you guys have the winner of Gen.G Mobile One Racing and Shopify Rebellion coming up next. Looking at that particular matchup, what is your expectations? Give us a preview of what you think is going to happen.
We're gonna let it snow.
Okay.
That's all I gotta say.
All right.
We're gonna let it snow.
That's hey, okay. I hear you. I hear you on that one. Of course, congratulations on your win. Want to give you a chance to give any shout outs or just any final thoughts as we get ready to continue on the day.
Firstly, it's very nice to meet you, Dazzler, and thank you so much for having me on this interview. And also to all the Snowman fans out there, thank you so much for believing in us. You know, we're trying to make the run for you guys and for us as well. And I got to shout out where I started in the Rlcs, South America, Brasil. Te amo vocês. Muito obrigado pelo apoio. Eu nunca vou esquecer onde eu comecei. That's all I gotta say. Thank you so much.
I love that so much. Yeah, thank you for taking the time here for the interview, and hopefully we get to hear from you soon. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
If there's one thing we know about Snow, it's that it lands on top. They are able to take down Cloud9, advancing to top 4. A top 4 finish guaranteed for the Snowmen. And you know their sights now are on the grand finals here. What a performance. Cloud9 able to take game 1 in style, a 7-minute overtime. But after that, it was the story of the Blizzard here, Lemon.
Yeah, just the synergy that Snowman showed on the field. The showman, we might as well call him that, because we are all entertained. Like I said in the cast, this wasn't a Swiss fluke. Snowmen are here to play. The short passes in front of the net, the solo plays out of Frosty, the composure that you have in an almost 8-minute overtime out of young players. And you even heard it from the coach. He sees this as a challenge. And with how well spoken he was in the interview, it really shows me that this is an organized guy. This is a guy who's bringing that expertise and a leader to this team. And Snowman, once they're well led, I think they could go to the grand final. They could possibly even rematch Gen.G next.
It could be Gen.G next, Bates. You heard Dazzler ask him, like, hey, Shopify versus Gen.G. Thoughts on that match, thoughts on what's going on next? And the Impulse did not care. He's like, we're going to let it snow regardless of what opponent you bring to us here. They're ready for him.
Listen, they're ready for everybody, and they should be confident. They've already beaten Gen.G. They're not worried about anybody who else goes in front of them, because they're on right now. The fact that composure, Lemon just talked on it, she touched on it. They did end up winning that long OT, but the fact that they're just so composed against a squad in C9 that plays so much defense really slows it down and makes you have to be clinical every single touch, every single second in the game, and you still come out on top in dominating fashion, in my estimation. That really shows that the Snowman squad, albeit the average age being 15, they're playing like they're seasoned vets, 18, 19, 20-year-olds, and whoever plays them in that next semifinal, they better be ready, because like they said, they're gonna let us know.
Well, and the big advantage that all of the teams, the big legacy teams at the top have is their experience. Snowmen getting wins in the quarterfinals means they get to play on Sunday. They get even more experience in this environment, and they get to slowly close that gap limit and start to become veteran players themselves.
Yeah, and what a great experience. And this is an amazing opportunity for Snowmen to just upset this whole bracket. And can they play upset in that next semifinal, where we're going to also find out how that's going to go, because we caught Gen.G on an off day, and everyone, I think, always levels up and looks better in playoffs.
We'll see how they continue on here. The Snowmen making it to the semifinals. They wait the results of our next match on the board. Shopify Rebellion. The Rebellion versus the Tigers here. Take your picks, name your bets in chat right now. Let's see who we think is going to take this one down. Gen.G, it was a bit of a rocky road to get here yesterday, but the important thing here, Bates, excuse me, they are here.
Oh gosh, you're so used to talking to more about Gen.G.
Yeah, it's just automatically Gen.G, man.
No, it's just the Gen.G and DeMar, he should be patting himself on the back right now. That means he's doing something. At least he's synonymous with something, and that just means he just yaps about this one squad that pays him all that money. Anyways, though, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about two-piece Justin Park and memory for Rebellion. They went 3-1 to Swiss yesterday. Went game 5 against SSG. Ended up beating Moist, beat a Cloud9. They're looking good, but we want to see how they look here in the quarterfinals, going up against a Gen.G squad that, like you said, Wave, was a little bit slow yesterday. Beat OG, beat Cloud9, beat TSM, but they also lost. Oh, wait, that's the wrong game. They lost to OG and they lost to Snowman. I was looking at the wrong team. Regardless, though, both of these squads, questions to be had, questions to be answered, and it's going to be a good match.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about this matchup here, Lemon, like, what is the biggest question you have? Do you have more question marks around Gen.G or Shopify?
Gen.G, I don't think you're ever going to see the state that they were in yesterday. That was one of their lowest of lows, losing to OG and Snowman in game 5s, who honestly, it's not even Gen.G being that bad. That was sure their floor, and a floor for them is still getting top 5 and going to playoffs, but it's OG and Snowman that are finding these new peaks, and maybe Gen.G I don't know, but I don't think you're going to see Gen.G like this anymore. If anything, I've been giving credit to Shopify Rebellion, who looked good in the double elimination. They reverse swept M80. I feel like they have this revitalized drive, and this is their first time making playoffs since the first regional. I think everyone should have respect for Shopify Rebellion, and we'll see if Gen.G can turn it around from yesterday.
Hashtag SR for Shopify, hashtag GGM1 in chat there. I agree. I think Justin in particular, Bates, has already been called out on this desk already today. Had a highlight day, and yet all of us still believe that Gen.G is going to be able to take this one down.
I mean, they're the better team. They had a better team. They have the more experience. You still got first killer. I do think that this is going to be a really good series, though. I think it's going all the way to 7.
What's the coin?
Coin's been flipped over there.
It's on camera. Okay, that cat's on camera.
Ooh,
there we go. Orange. They got Gen.G on this one.
Gen.G. Coins went orange every single time, and the two winners have both been orange.
You know, I haven't actually weighed this coin and tested it for balance. There's a chance it's weighted towards the orange
So
side.
you did rig it.
No, I haven't tested it. Is the important thing. It would be only rigged if I had tested it and then continued to use it.
50-50.
50-50. Straight down the middle. Love that one. Well, I'm excited to see if Shopify can do it. Justin's got a lot of fans. I mean, 2P's Apart got a lot of fans as well. Excited to see if they can take it to Gen.G here, folks. Let's get into it. Third quarter final of the day. Only one match to go after this, so make sure you're in your seats to watch it. This one should be good. Shopify on one side trying to prove that yesterday wasn't a fluke, and Gen.G trying to prove that it was. Gen.G versus Shopify for top 4.
Two of the top offenses from the Swiss stage yesterday do battle today. Number 3, Shopify Rebellion, and the number 6 seed. Yes, the 6 seed who had to go to round 5, Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing. Can Rebellion continue their rapid pace, or will Gen.G slow them down?
You know, not in small part thanks to this guy right here, Justin, who is leading in Swiss in goals per game. He has scored so many goals yesterday, Stacks, that he jumped 20 spots in the overall goals per game ranking this season. He's now in 8th. So, yeah, if Justin is going to go vintage mode, then we really may be in for a great series, because this entire offense on Gen.G are near the top of goals per game. They're such a fluid unit. They're clicking together. They're more adaptable than almost any other team in North America. It's up to Shopify Rebellion to really meet them at the punch. And this is what you're going to deal with. Appjack, who seems to never rotate back to his own half. He's always downfield, and when his team puts together a nice touch like that, why wouldn't you be?
And it's Chronic playing the role of trigger man there from the wing. He leads the team in scoring, but it's Appjack who picks up his 19th of the event. There were, as mentioned, only 2 players that had 20 or more goals through the Swiss stage yesterday. One of them being Justin. He had 20 exactly. Chronic, 23 on the day. You have to imagine that's going to continue. You saw him all over the highlight reel as well. 2 of the top 3 plays from yesterday. As First Killer tried to turn on that one, but 2P's got around him. Parth up to the skies. Drop it down for Justin. Feed the hot hand, but it doesn't work out this time, and here comes Gen.G.
Again, solid position on defense for Gen.G. Good attempt on the pass. Nice job from Parth to avoid the bump. Justin keeps it close, and I'm keeping my eye on Parth in this series, Stacks. Talk a lot about 2Piece and Justin. We're now both in the top 10 this season in scoring. But Parth holding down the back end, that 2Piece Parth duo that was on the come up even before Justin joined this team. How effective will he be in the rotation? Saw a reveal play that middle role between Frosty and Scribbles last game, right, where it just helps conduct the play. That's kind of where Parth sits a lot of the time in this rotation with 2Piece and Justin. It's up to him to keep those touches tight and give his team the best chance for success.
Something we have in common and have for quite a while, I think, Jorby, that I think we both kind of agree. Parth is one of the more underrated players in North America. It's certainly one of the more underappreciated players as he skies one up for 2Piece. Parth will have to take it himself, though. 2Piece got this down in front, and Chronic has that swept out to the corner. Justin will try and keep it alive, and from the corner, can't get around on a shot on net. Does have full boost, so he beat First Killer to the punch and grabbed the midfield boost, so he could turn on this. But look at how much ground First Killer was able to gain with 0 boost in the tank.
I feel like that kind of died because when Justin came across the box, 2Piece didn't have any boost. He had a midfield available. Justin bought the time, but he decided to go and take the aggressive challenge, which leaves third man to have to go back. And you saw, like you said, expertly stacks Justin and did it all himself to stop that attack. Those types of decisions, with First Killer just being able to walk down the field after that 2Piece 50, leaving one man by himself. Yeah, First Killer will win a lot of those if you give them to him.
Well, apparently Jack up the ladder again. Double tap denied by Parth. Follow up from Chronic was little more than a penalty kick, but he does get his shot blocked. Now Justin, outlet to Parth. Across for 2Piece, though. 2Piece didn't have any boost. He couldn't really continue that play. Maybe Parth would have been better served being a little more selfish and taking that himself, since he had almost a full tank to work with. Now First Killer shot, tight angle. Justin shuts it down, and there's nobody to pressure Shopify Rebellion right now. So Justin takes all day to play it out, and here comes SR again, only for a brief while. First Killer shot that out of a cannon to get downfield.
For real. And you saw Rebellion were not expecting it either. Good pass from Chronic. And nice read there from Parth. Was off the bar. Better for you to get that touch than the bar to. He'll let it go. First killer will give Chronic a little bit more space. Got to use a lot to get the ball to the midfield. That's enough. If you get it the first killer, you've got a chance. Oh, Abjack goes up. Doesn't have a lot of boost. Makes his car real tall, gets the neutral 50, that uses the rest of his boost to control it, put it away. Now Rebellion, what was going to be a counterattack, you don't get it. Abjack, again on the aerial 50s, always knows how to place his car, and he gets another one right in front of the box for the dunk. 2-0 for Gen.G.
And Abjack joins the 20-goal club as he has just about it. It's hard to say single-handedly beaten down Shopify Rebellion here, but he does have both goals in this 2-0 shutout here in the final minute. And both times he has done the work almost entirely by himself. He was fed by Chronic for the first goal. Here goes Two-Piece, looking to get one back for Rebellion. Not going to happen. Who else is there but apparently Jack, and he wins that challenge at midfield as well. Justin just a little ahead of first killer, but nothing there for Shopify Rebellion. I mean, they can't really connect on any passes, just kind of throwing the ball into space. It seems like most decisions that they have made have turned out to be the wrong decision, and that's been forced in large part by Gen.G just being all over them.
That's a great touch, though, from Two-Piece. Justin looking for Parth, and he got hurried up by Chronic. Still, that's a good pass, and he just missed it. Chronic had that close angle in the upper 90 covered, and no one from Rebellion will get back to that touch. They send the house, and they fail to break it.
And that's one where, again, you've got an opportunity to shoot at everything, and they kind of put it in the one spot. Obviously, it was not on target to begin with, but kind of went where the defenders were, so things just not working out in this first game for Shopify Rebellion, a team that averaged 3 goals a game in the Swiss stage. Granted, you look at who they played and you go, oh, okay, I think a lot of teams could really look good against that lineup. Gen.G, a little bit different, and a shutout in game 1.
Shutout in game number 1, and you talk about, you know, taking the shot in an area where Gen.G are, but that last play was very rhythm-based, right? You got, not Chronic, excuse me, it was Parth who was sitting in the midfield. He's got to receive that pass, but he also has to consider, where's that first man challenging at the top of the box? So he has to hop up over him. Tough to get a shot across, and he's made a good chance making Chronic uncomfortable. Difference is, Chronic on defense comes up with the touch, and there have been situations where you can make Chronic feel uncomfortable, and he'll cough up the ball on defense. He didn't that time, though, and when he's not, Gen.G are real hard to beat.
I think Gen.G, I think any team is going to be hard to beat when you outscore or outshoot the opposition 15-2, which is what happened there. Again, you know, Rebellion didn't have many shots on target, didn't have many opportunities to get shots on target, as it was all Gen.G in game 1. It started early with Abjack, a couple of early goals for Gen.G, and Shopify Rebellion could not bounce back. But again, it's a long series. You do have the benefit of a timeout. And hey, listen, if you read Reddit, Chrome's the problem. So obviously memory is going to make all the difference in this series, right? So now we go on to game 2. By the way, yes, Reddit is wrong. We go to game 2 now on Forbidden Temple, and we'll see just what Gen.G does after just a drubbing of Shopify Rebellion in game 1. 15-2 with the shots in game 1. What'll it be in game 2? Let's find out.
Well, you know, Stacks, I've also made sweeping conclusions after Swiss.
Of course.
To the best of us.
Obviously.
You know? But Gen.G, I thought you said it best near the end of the game for Rebellion, is that the ball wasn't really going anywhere for them. There was really no angles for them to take. And when they did get the space, it wasn't enough. And the shot was defended. So we'll see what they can do here. Parth, it's a great follow-up touch. First killer, the third layer. Even with no boost, makes a strong save, and Abjack gives him a chance to break out.
When you look at the teams that both of these squads had to face, as Abjack lets that one go to the backboard, Two-Piece has it. It's a little bit different on either side. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion went to game 5 with SSG in the first round, and then after dropping that 5th game, they won 7 straight games against the likes of Cold, Moist, and then they took game 1 against C9 as part of a 3-1 victory. Then on the other side, you have Gen.G. Yes, they lost 2 series, but they lost those series to the number 2 seed Snowman and number 4 seed OG, and they lost those in 5 games. Again,
Snowman are in the top 4.
Right, exactly. So there you go. I think it's hard to be worried about Gen.G after that, as Two-Piece let that one go by, and Appjack might make him pay for it. He got a demo there, and First Killer can scramble across here. He's got all day to play ball and collect boosts. He just dances around Two-Piece, completely undressed him, trying to get Justin in the air as well, but it does not work out.
Oh, if he completes the edgeable bump there, that's just an iconic First Killer play right there. Takes over the lobby. Oh, that earlier Two-Piece opportunity. I can't go back to it. It's Gen.G are threatening here. It's the same story, Stacks. Only one shot for Gen.G, but nothing 2 minutes in for Rebellion. Two-Piece can't go. Parth follows him up. Here comes the midfield game. They hold it down and actually create something. Justin beats two. Chronic expends the tank, collects his own boost, and they're managing quite well here. Fakes the first touch. Parth has to respect it. Love that exit there from Chronic. He knows that Parth is going to respect him there and makes it impossible to read when he's going to get that ball. Chronic playing pretty well on defense today.
G2 looked very comfortable against M80 earlier, and I think Gen.G is playing with that same level of comfort. I don't think they feel like at any point Shopify Rebellion is going to threaten them, as Chronic dances down the field again. Beautiful setup to get past Two-Piece and Parth. Justin can't get back in time, and it's Appjack adding another.
Defense and offense for Chronic. You know, when he's at the front of this rotation, man, you expect the consistency out of First Kill. And there have been times when Gen.G have looked vulnerable that it's been Chronic with that inconsistency. But with how he's looked on defense and now offense, it's going to be tough if Chronic's locked in for Rebellion to get anything done. But Parth going quickly as the second man finally finds a way through this Gen.G defense.
Yeah, Chronic had to peel off for boost there in the corner, so he's just kind of patiently waiting, and he kind of parks it on the back post, and that pass being so close to Parth coming on allows him to just beat Chronic to the punch. And it's Parth who gets the first goal of the series for Shopify Rebellion. They're on the board here in a tie game in game two, but for how long? Because Gen.G are threatening again near the midway point of this second game. Apparently Jack trying to hang around there, and then Chronic with the win from way downtown 2-1.
It happened to them again. Two-Piece flipping forward, trusting that Parth is going to get there. He's not even looking at Chronic. He's got ball vision. He's got tunnel ball vision. And he's just flipping forward, full faith, and the ball rips by him. Chronic pops out like a jack-in-the-box.
Well, after all that work for Rebellion, they find themselves looking up at Gen.G again. Justin to center. That catches a deflection off of First Killer, and now apparently Jack with a decent challenge on the wing. Two pieces there. That's all he could do with that ball, though. It was kind of awkward for him. Justin trying to create with nothing left in the tank. Parth, double, got it in front, but nobody's home.
It'll be a little fair to Two-Piece. You got to put the faith in your teammates, get back in the game. Also, you don't expect 100+ kilometers per hour flying over your head, but against Gen.G, you may have to expect the fastball almost every single time. He's got no boost here, can't play it. And First Killer gets to run away with it.
Just always edge of your seat stuff. You expect him to score that, even with a defender all over him. First Killer there to challenge Two-Piece. That falls for Justin, now down to Two-Piece. Parth is there as well. He may need a second touch.
Nice.
Leaves it for Justin. His shot far post hit the post.
Your 1.31 goals per game in Swiss really needed to come through there. Sure, had to hit the edge. Sure, it was covered, but it's Justin. And you're down by one. You really can't afford to go down 2-0 against Gen.G. It's already been difficult in these back two games. All of Rebellion are eyeing up the rotation, waiting for Chronic. It's a good catch from Two-Piece. Force Appjack to respect it. Nice dribble, but the dunk won't happen. Still a chance for them to get set up. Parth leaves it. Back to Justin, expends the tank. First Killer gets the touch, and he's got the follow-up back to Jack. Two-Piece, it's over his head again. There can't be any faith. Rebellion gotta stop praying, and they gotta start thinking a little bit more here because they're not winning these 50s. Parth, I can understand why Two-Piece is there. Against Stacks, you're down by one. There's only 15 seconds remaining. It doesn't matter how much boost Two-Piece has. If I see Parth up there, I need to be there. What am I gonna do going back with 15 seconds left? Have to defend First Killer again? That hasn't worked.
Yeah, they just kind of got caught spectating, though, and got caught hoping a little too much. And it's going to cost Shopify Rebellion a chance to come back in this game as Gen.G Mobile One Racing up 2-0 now, going into game 3, and you wonder if SR might take their timeout here in this best of 7. Gen.G halfway there.
There it is. They do call the timeout. And it's unfortunately 2 follow-ups that Parth was in charge of that he wasn't able to get to. One time, 2Piece did have the boost, and he got sent a rocket over his head. And the second time, he's seeing Parth go up, and from his angle, looks like he's going to go across. But Parth was like next to the ball. Like a poor challenge angle there left 2Piece stranded again in a hurry-up situation. But they can't control this ball at all. And I'm going back, Stacks, to that Justin opportunity. You get 1/2 chance against this Gen.G net, and you don't put it in. Maybe Appjack saves it if it is on target, but it was tight, and it had the power. It would have been close. It has to be on target.
Yeah, you've got to convert the opportunities you get. I mean, this is a Gen.G team that, yes, they did allow plenty of opportunities against the entirety of the teams they faced yesterday, but remember, they went to 5 games with Snowman and OG. That accounted for a lot of those chances as we look back at the Mobile 1 High Performance replay and Gen.G Mobile 1. Still all over it here. And apparently Jack is having quite the series. 4 of the 6 goals that Gen.G has scored in this series have come from the Brit. And he has been great. Now,
Genius from Appjack to put First Killer and Chronic on his team.
Right? Yeah, what a brilliant move.
Goals.
If only it was that easy for everybody. Just get better teammates, Forehead.
Just get First Killer and see how long you survive. First Killer was at the bottom of the scoreboard, Stack. But that goes to show you, you might not make the highlight reel. But that, like touches like that right there on the highlight. Appjack gets that right on the assist. But there were other ones where First Killer completely stymies the Rebellion offense just from his ability to control the ball and make you look absolutely silly. You said he undressed Rebellion earlier on a dribble he had where he cut as hard as Boston Scott has. I've been looking at his Twitter lately. But, man.
Well, here's the thing about First Killer.
There's no teeth to this offense. Yeah, tell me more about First Killer.
Well, the thing about First Killer is in this event so far, he has been the 3rd scorer on the team. The scoring has mostly come from Jack and Chronic, and First Killer's been the setup man. And why wouldn't he be? With his mechanical prowess, his ability to dominate the midfield and win every other challenge, it just sets up Jack and Chronic to pick up the scraps and finish off teams. I mean, this is a deadly combination of a team, and it's why that they are regarded as one of the best teams in North America alongside G2. Almost as close to a shoo-in as you could get to competing at the LAN and making a deep run.
First Killer just has excellent vision. And also, the mech's help. Chronic will not score. Good save from 2Piece, and Appjack has to squirrel it away. First Killer, he warps rotations just because everyone has to respect his ability to dice you up all by himself, and he almost never does. He's become such a selfless player that he'll freeze defenses through his softer touches, trying to enable Chronic and Appjack. And that's the most dangerous First Killer to me, is you got to give him that respect, and that gives him so much more to work with. Not mechanically, but in the brain, where everyone respects you, you're given the space. Now you get the pass to Appjack, a little heavy, but he gets the catch on the wave dash. Ooh. And then Appjack does stuff like that, and you're just like, man, it's so fun watching him carry the ball.
Hey, you see somebody like beat 1 or 2 defenders by themselves, and you're like, okay, great. So we got First Killer, get rid of the oh wait, that wasn't First Killer. Oh boy. That's what Rebellion has to contend with. They've been outshot in this series so far. What do we got? 21-7 coming into this game. Now 26-7 with the 5 shots in this game. But for Rebellion, you get that timeout. Their coach, Memory, he's got quite a mind for defense. He can certainly turn this around or help Rebellion turn this around. But he can't, of course, do it himself. He's got to rely on the players he's got on the field. 2Piece got bumped away, and Parth couldn't win that any further. So now apparently Jack 1v1 with Justin, who Justin makes the save.
You saw Justin stutter step for a second, but he quickly caught up to speed. Rebellion get a little bit of offense. Jack whiffed as he let it go. Justin was on the far side, and he didn't have a lot of boost to recorrect his path, even if he did know Appjack wasn't going to get that touch.
They're not unbeatable.
How few the chances have been.
They're not unbeatable. The chances have been there, but Rebellion has not converted. Justin runs out of boost, getting up for that ball. 2Piece doesn't have much to work with. First killer drop down to Chronic, who bullies it through, and he gets his second of the series.
And there's just too much to contend with heading back down the field if you're two-piece. You got 2 pads on your way back, and then he dices you up like that. First killer, he goes up. What does two-piece have to do? You better go up the wall quickly and defend a shot, because he's right there, and you know he's going to slot that. But what does first killer do? Drop down pass to Chronic. Take the high percentage opportunity. You know you got two-piece playing from behind, and you know Chronic will have a great shot on net. So you just give it to your guy, and he gets the job done. That's the effect first killer has on this team.
37 tallies for Chronic between goals and assists in the Swiss stage, and he's been brilliant here today as well. 2 goals, 2 assists. And Gen.G strike first again, forces Rebellion onto the back foot, and they're back defending here as two-piece tries to control that long enough to go get boost. Had to sacrifice possession. Justin comes to help him out. First killer banking that on target, forces Parth into action, and boy, they spent a lot of time going nowhere and letting Gen.G set this play up that Justin finally puts a stop to.
You saw how much faith two-piece had in the play. He would not put himself in position on an outlet. He just wasn't seeing a way forward, and Gen.G just shut them down again. Here's two-piece, best chance downfield. Whoa, got the read, but it's too light. Still a little awkward, but close to the net. Chronic could handle that one a lot better. Pass quickly. Rebellion finally find the back of the net. A close angle on the pass. Gen.G almost get there, but the close angle goes to Rebellion.
And look at how little boost is actually available in the zone as well. They can't even rely on pennies there. It's finally spawning in after the goal is scored. Shopify Rebellion did a great job denying Gen.G any boost and any room to breathe. And they finally make the defense crack. But now watch out on the ensuing kickoff. Parth has to come across and make the save. He's got both goals. He's put in a solid defensive effort. Now trying to play table setter with that challenge. Two-piece over to Justin, and he got to it just around first killer. Nothing in the tank, though, and that's where the attack just about dies out. Maybe Parth has something to say, but he gets bumped out of the play, and first killer can casually play that through the corner. I mean, Gen.G still a little bit hemmed in their own zone here. They don't have a ton of boost collectively. Now they do. But it looks like Shopify Rebellion hanging around in this game, and things are turning around slowly but surely. They have to stop this, though, and they do not.
Oh, it came down for free. You got to look from the guy taking the 50s perspective, and that is Chronic going up and leaves it. First killer will get it. Looking at Chronic's perspective, and you know, I could go both ways. I'm not a pro Stacks, all right, so I don't know. So I'm not going to guess, but it's either he just missed the double, or he did leave that. It was close. Looked like he might have wanted to go for the tight 90-degree angle there. But it also kind of looks like a call-off. I could go either way there. Either way, Gen.G.
Yeah, I'm going with call-off there. I think from everything we've seen from this team, how well they work collectively, hard to imagine that that was just by accident. If it was, it certainly was a happy little accident, as this one goes through the corner, and two-piece gets demolished. Chronic, boost and ball, but he let that one get away, and Shopify Rebellion might have just a small window of opportunity here. 13 seconds, and first killer just playing keep away. Parth now letting that first touch get away from them. They've got to play it a little tighter and close to the vest. Justin with 4 seconds needs to get around on this. Two-piece in the air. Parth, not much to work with. This angling downward, but it gets out to Justin, and first killer has the save. That should just about end this game, and it does.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Rebellion really just did not have a unified attack. Like, the start of that push Stacks were two-piece, he's back in the midfield, Justin's on the right side towards the wall. Two-piece is thinking quick attack. Justin is kind of a little slowly back beyond the midfield boost, turns back around, and two-piece gives him such a hard touch to stretch for, and he had to use most of his boost just to get back to the touch. So when it comes time to actually challenge the defense, there's nothing Justin can do. Like, Rebellion, when they get control of the ball, the passes aren't connecting well. The follow-up touches force them to use too much boost. And when you have to use too much boost on your follow-up, you're just not going to win those 50s on offense against Gen.G. It's a little disjointed, a little sloppy at the end there from Rebellion.
It's such a tough team to figure out, right? I mean, apparently Jack was all over the field, all over the ball in the first couple of games with those 4 goals. And they're like, all right, let's make somebody else beat us. So Appjack barely touches the ball in game 3, and they still win. Granted, they had to put some effort into this one.
That was definitely a pick.
There you go. Again,
You always like to keep your
Gen.G
options open.
up 3. You know, when we were talking about this particular matchup yesterday on the desk at the end of the Swiss, and we're like, all right, this is the matchup where, like, if you're looking for an upset, maybe you can look here because of how well Shopify Rebellion played. The offense was flowing. Again, they did not have to do it against this team. And now you're seeing just why Gen.G is regarded as one of the top dogs in NA. Still need to get that 4th win. Can Rebellion at least put some doubt into the minds of Gen.G?
Way to shorten up the space there by 2-piece. And that just completely ruins anything you were trying to do. Justin couldn't get a hold of the ball, and I guess when it rains, it pours, Stacks. Hoping for a better performance out of Rebellion, considering their woes and their journey as a team from their tries in the first split, or the first major run versus this one. Justin off the ceiling. Pincher. He's got Abjack right underneath him. It's going to be hard to get there in time.
Oh,
Tough
Justin,
bout.
opportunity here? Maybe no. And boy, again, seeing Justin perform so well yesterday, I mean, it's something that we've kind of been looking for a lot, right? I mean, very few players have been as open about their struggles over the past couple of years as Justin had been near the end of his tenure with NRG. And to see him go off for 20 goals on the day yesterday, it's like, all right, this is the Justin that Shopify Rebellion wanted. Unfortunately, Gen.G have an answer for that, Justin. They've got 3 answers for him. And then apparently Jack almost scores this. That one's left for Chronic. You just can't relax at all against Gen.G.
Honestly, what are you supposed to do here? Justin tries his best. Abjack absolutely crushes him on the 50, and Parth, unfortunately, in that position, you have to come up with the better touch. You knew where Chronic was sitting. You knew the type of touch you needed. You tried to play it hard, and you hit it right into him. That's just after, you try again on offense. When you see them try to go up the side wall, they're forced to go over to the corner. You see Gen.G, they faced absolutely no pressure on defense, so they have no reason to come at you early on the attack. You have to be the one to force that ball in front of the box. They have not let you in.
Our first killer barely caught up to that ball, and it worked out perfectly as he is able to find apparently Jack, and then he pinballs that one in. And you know what? Sometimes it really is just your day.
2-piece turns around. He does not see Jack. He's watching the ball. It comes down, and all of a sudden, Jack, surprise, on his screen, and his car's turned the wrong way, and now Abjack easily rolls around him. It turns into a poor 50 and into a goal. They make matters worse, man. Not winning those 50s, you don't have complete vision of the field. Gen.G will always take you out on that.
Apparently, Jack knew he wasn't going to win that challenge, so he just drove right on by and just made them play the ball right into his second teammate behind him. Now Jack in a spot of trouble, but still brings that to the backboard, out of harm's way. First killer is there. Boy, the list of teams that work better as a unit than Gen.G. G2, end of list.
In NA, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
right.
Snowman are starting to make a little bit of an argument, don't you think? We'll see if they can keep it up. Because Gen.G, ultra consistent. And even when they do lose games you don't expect, they always find a way to recover. 2-piece, that's just a product of Gen.G creating opportunities. 2-piece sees Chronic. You have to defend the net. Chronic knows he has to defend the net. So he goes for the back wall instead. Makes it easy. When you catch Rebellion, playing catch up. There's not much they can do. Gen.G have all the mustard.
We know that when Rebellion gets their offense rolling, they can score in bunches. I mean, in the series with Space Station yesterday, they had 2 games that they won. They scored 12 goals in those games. Just in those 2 games alone, they outscored SSG for the entire series. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for them. And now they have been outscored by 1,000,000 by Gen.G. They have run in to an absolute buzzsaw. 5 goals out of Jack, 4 out of Chronic, another pair out of First Killer. And then on their side, Parth has scored a couple. Now 2-piece adds one with 1:41. And if there's any time to get the offense flowing, it's got to be now or never.
Oh, Chronic cut in. He wanted to take that challenge. Jack comes down. Slight miscommunication there. Parth got a good touch. Chronic was already shading near. And I do think a bit relaxed. Chronic thinking he can move it across to the side, but Abjack tried to play it, so rare miscue there from Gen.G as Parth wins another ball. We'll see if Rebellion can turn this into anything. Something tells me you won't see another miscue. I'll tell you something, Stacks. I've been out here sounding like Gen.G Dazzler with how much I've just been like, you sound like First Killer might be my favorite player or something like that. I promise you, I've gotten nothing from Gen.G. I'm not Dazzling. Gen.G are just that good. 4-1, almost 4-0 on the series, Stacks. This is looking as devastating as G2 versus M80.
There has been quite a bit of devastation here. That one kept close to the backboard. Two-piece probably just kind of dropping his shoulders like, really? I gotta go after this as well? Justin has to chase that from way downfield. And then Parth doing all he can to bring it back to the corner, but he's got First Killer just waiting for him to slip up or waiting for him to decide he's done. Now two-piece, full tank of boost. Gonna take the shot, try to get by the defense, and Chronic had him shaded the whole way. He'll make the stop on the corner as well. Send one on target. Two-piece has to block it way out in front. Here comes apparently Jack again. First Killer could score from here and does.
No boost for Justin. He went as fast as he could across, but when Parth loses the 50, when Justin's 50 goes right back to First Killer, there's not much you're going to be able to do. I think you saw him low. I think that was Parth underneath. You saw Justin go across, wasn't able to get there, and next thing you know, ball's over his head. It just feels like Gen.G, I mean, they're just the better team. Like, they read the Book of Rebellion in one night, and they're on to the next series.
Well, Rome can rest easy. He's gone from being the problem for Gen.G to being the greatest coach in the history of the universe. Apparently, Jack almost beat two-piece there. And now it's just a victory lap for Gen.G. They're all just circling the field right behind each other. Justin might get one for the road. Two-piece up as well. It's down in front. Nobody else is home. And the final few seconds will burn off the clock. And this one, mercifully for Shopify Rebellion, will come to a close with Gen.G Mobile One Racing erasing any of the doubts from the Swiss stage yesterday. A 4-0 sweep has Gen.G in yet another semifinal.
Good job from Gen.G. And while a Swiss that may have some fans scratching their head in the playoffs, you rarely see them take a misstep. Rebellion, you got a lot of quality tape to look at here. Next time you play Gen.G, and hopefully you can make it closer. But this was not close. It was, in fact, a backyard beatdown. It almost felt like major region against expansion region. I don't want to go any farther than that, okay? But that was unfortunate. I really thought Rebellion were going to play a better game there because they did look great during Swiss. I'm just disappointed that we didn't get that. And I guess I should just respect the fact that Gen.G are just that good.
Maybe. It did look like Gen.G kind of went back in time and decided to play like round 3 of a Nexus Weekly. They were that comfortable against the opposition. As we look back at the highlights for what was a Gen.G masterclass. Gen.G are through into the semifinals, and that leaves only one more quarterfinal match on the day. OG and Space Station, they both beat each of these teams in the Swiss. Only one goes to the semis. It's coming up right after this.
Come on, guys, get me.
Nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic
I said y'all wouldn't see Gen.G in that low state ever again, and the road still looks clear for them to make a return to the grand final, at least starting with the dominant sweep over Shopify Rebellion just now. And expecting a better fight, but I'm expecting to talk to someone awesome. Joining me for the post-match interview, none other than Abjack. Congratulations on the win. Thanks for taking the time to chat.
I appreciate it, of course. It's good to be here.
Awesome. But we got to start with yesterday. Talk to me about what happened in Swiss. You had us worried. You had to go all the way to round 5. Very surprising to see what happened against OG and Snowman. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, we played bad. You know, there's not much more to say than that. I think I was really bad and had a poor day individually, and it kind of translated to the team, and I think everyone, could have done better. But yeah, it is what it is. You know, we didn't play our game, and kind of affected our confidence in a couple of those series. But new day is a new day. You know, we knew that if we play better today, it'll all be fine. So yeah, we came out today and did just that. So the past is the past.
We're all so stoked to see that comeback, and we knew it was just an off day, and that's weird for y'all for sure. And tell me about what you had to discuss going into today, because there's some teams on the rise and people that are putting up some surprising numbers and results. What did you have to do to put up such a dominant performance against Shopify Rebellion?
I think we figured out how we wanted to play again in the last series against Luminosity yesterday. We really were playing not to our level and not to our strategy in the first 4 series of the day. That last one, we kind of talked about what we needed to work on, and I'm not going to kind of say it publicly what we fixed up, but we did fix a few things up, change a few things up, and then coming in today, we just knew if we played that style and played a little bit better individually, we would have an easy time with Shopify. I think that we've played them in the past and never really struggled, so it was a confident matchup for us.
Yeah, and we were expecting all of this confidence, and we were so excited to watch you during this regional. And, we got to bring up just how incredible you guys were at Copenhagen and that top 8. Did that, tell me, how did that fuel and motivate your team going into this regional?
Yeah, well, we weren't happy with the top 8. We weren't, you're never going to be happy with a top 8 if you're a competitor trying to win the tournament and have, the capability to do so. So, it was a little bit annoying for us, but that kind of only motivates you more, like you said. But at the same time, I'm not going to, act like we're, massively motivated, because every player going from a LAN to an online regional, it's always a little bit different, always a little bit less at stake, if that makes sense. So just being real, it's not like that kind of thing, but we're still absolutely motivated, of course, and trying to make the LAN and trying to win these regionals, and then obviously London is where we've got our eyes set on, and then after that, of course, Worlds.
We love that you guys demand perfection from yourselves, and there's always progress every time we see you, and keep striving for that number 1. But you got a rematch against Snowman ahead of you. What will be different about this series, and how confident are you going into tomorrow?
Yeah, we're confident. I mean, we know we played poor against them. If we play poor against them again, then it'll be a hard match. If we play well against them, then I think we'll win. Simple as that. We just have to work together as a team, play well individually, and we'll be fine. It's as simple as that. But yeah, we're really confident. Nothing more than that.
Well, you showed us your confidence today. Big congratulations on the dominant sweep today, and best of luck in your rematch tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me.
A bit of normalcy finally as Gen.G settle back into the dominance we've seen from them time and time again. But that dominance has earned them a rematch against the Snowmen, who made them go all the way to round 5 yesterday. Snowmen, congratulations on winning and making it to top 4. You get to go against Gen.G yet again. Winner of that match will play in the grand finals of Open Qualifier 4. It's been a day. We got one more match to go here, but yeah, thoughts about, before we move on too quickly here, Jorby, thoughts about Rebellion. Was there a glimpse of happiness at some point in this match for the Rebellion fans?
I think there were a couple of plays that you look at and go, okay, why wasn't that happening more often? But most of the time, it looked disjointed. It looked like hopeful rotations, they kept getting starved. Like Gen.G did a lot to force that pressure for sure, but there were enough opportunities for Rebellion to either hold the line on defense or get a decent pass to a teammate where they were their own worst enemy at times. And then, like, with Gen.G playing the way that they were, you can't be your own worst enemy. Otherwise, you get the result that you did, man.
Yeah, Rebellion here. Definitely leaving some things left to be desired. You know that they're going to be concerned about their own play there, but we'll see how they rebound in qualifier number 5. Their road to the championship Sunday ends here. But Gen.G now through on to the next one. What you laughing about, Bates?
I'm laughing at Jorby. He was a little too off center right there.
About.
He just wiggled his way to the middle.
I was centered the whole time.
Jorby. Okay, if you want to say so.
All right.
Broadcast. Here we are, folks. We got Snowman versus Gen.G in the semifinals. We'll see that match play out tomorrow. I believe that's the match we are starting with tomorrow. So if you want to watch the Snowman, make sure you wake up bright and early, 10 a.m. Pacific. That match will be kicking off. But we got to get another team into that semifinals there to play up against G2 to see who will be taking them on. See if they can maybe keep them from that grand finals I was telling you guys that they're going to eventually miss. One more match on the day, and it's a banger, a doozy, a special match with special implications and stories around it. OG taking on SSG. Most notably, the first time SSG is not facing one of the top 2 teams in a quarterfinals. Everybody, Bates, has this team at 3rd right now. They have to prove it here against OG.
They sure do have to prove it. You heard Coach Safthiu in the G2 post-match interview. He said it. He said what you said, Wade, where they're not going up against G2. They're not going up against Gen.G. There's no roadblock technically in their way this time. No excuses to be had. You got to keep OG Esports, who is a great team. They were at Copenhagen, but they're not G2, they're not Gen.G. If SSG really is the 3rd best team in North America, like everybody has been saying they are, like everybody has been claiming that they are, you need to be able to beat the OG squad, who looks good right now, man. You got JNAPS going up against Chicago, you got Noah looking good, you got Calm, and you got just great coaches on both sides. Both of these teams, they're sitting on the cusp. They're right there. You want to see them in London, but these are the type of matches that will get you to London. One of them has to come out on top. SSG, and now is the time to make your mark.
I mean, this is the best chance that SSG have. You know, you're talking about the 2 teams ahead of them in the rankings, Luminosity and OG. Well, Luminosity aren't here, so you get a couple points on them, but you win here, and you jump to a 5-point deficit against OG, who are sitting in that number 4 spot right now for contention. So, like, this is literally
only 5?
The best chance you can get. Yeah, they're 9 points behind right now, and they would be 5 points if they beat OG here. So it's a big chance for them to make their statement, and not just for the major, but for the world championship to get into that 4th spot.
Hashtag OG, hashtag SSG. Let us know who you think is going to win in the chat here. We'll put our predictions up on the screen. I'm going to be honest, this was one of the hardest ones to predict today. We got 2 going for Space Station here, 1 rolling with OG, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm like what? How'd you go with OG? Like this one, this is a hard one. This is a coin toss, some might even say.
And
Space Station.
Oh, unfortunate for the coin. Me and the coin have been synced up all day. I've gone orange all day, but now I got to go with the blue. Why do y'all believe Space Station's going to beat OG? What have you seen from Space Station Gaming that indicates that they're going to win this match?
Go ahead, Dorby.
I was going to say, I think for Space Station in the matches that they lost, now I'll give you this, Bates. They only played OG once, and they got swept in Swiss last.
Remember that?
But the thing with Space Station is watching those games back is like they just weren't executing. Like LJ was missing shots that he should be hitting, and even if he was doing that against Gen.G, where like those series would have been closer. So I just feel like it was an execution issue for Space Station, and I'm going to expect LJ to come back after the break and start executing again. So I think this is the one. I put thumbs up in the pre-show that Space Station would at least make a grand final. I think they can make a push here. I'm not sure it's going to happen against G2, but I do think they have OG here.
I do also weigh the opinion of the fellow pros pretty heavily here, given the power rankings they put out, where they put them in 3rd, despite the fact that they didn't make top 4, despite the fact that they weren't at the major. We'll see, folks. Can they prove it right now, folks? Space Station taking on OG, who have been heating up here. Both these teams with a lot to prove, and a top 4 would cement their cases right now, folks. OG versus Space Station for a rematch with G2.
Well, it doesn't get much better than this. Number 4 versus number 5, and where sometimes you have a mismatch here where maybe a team fluked their way into that spot? No, sir, not here. Two teams that were almost identical with their records. They were +4, they were both 3-1. Now they get to duke it out here and settle once and for all. Who's the better of the two? Who gets G2 in the semis tomorrow? Let's find out.
And who puts themselves in a good position for the rest of the event? We're already seeing a hot start here from OG. Calm strikes first. Immediately off the kickoff, OG get going.
Well, it's not quite the same connection that we saw from Calm and Noli in the past. All through the Swiss, they were in sync. This time it's Calm cleaning up a rebound, but he's been the leading scorer. He scored more than his two teammates combined. They have been feeding Calm and continuing to kind of dispel this myth that all he does is demo people. He has been the key to the offense, and JNaps has been outstanding defensively. He's made his impact through OG's run here. Interesting though, Daz, that OG technically seeded, or rather power ranked lower than they were in the first half, where they had a lot more questions in the first half of the season than now, having come off a land-making performance.
Yeah, very, very interesting here, but you know what? People have their opinions. We have them, the players have them, but OG's letting it all out on the field. Calm with the second goal, back-to-back for OG.
Power rank this. We haven't seen this side of Calm in a long time. Granted, yes, it's an open net, but he's converting more than ever. This is a Calm that I think if version 1 had this Calm, they'd have won even more, and they wouldn't have had to go to overtime, 80% of the games. Oh, LJ lining one up himself, and he does it with Calm waiting for him on the back wall. LJ gets SSG back in it.
LJ's a bad man, and if he gets going, it puts this series in a disarray. He's a huge X factor on the field. OG have to watch out for LJ. If he gets a lot of room, he gets confident going, they're going to be in a world of trouble. Right now, they still maintain a 1-goal lead.
I'm trying to create all on his own, and he got that real close to a scoring position. JNaps couldn't get this to a teammate, though, and Hoxer's outlet is intercepted. Calm is there as well. Noli can get up for this with minimal boost. That forces JNaps into action. One more touch needed, but it got away from him, and Hoxer will clear it away.
Oh, and OG's trying to pull SSG out there. Calm had enough boost to try to make a play. Instead, opted to go back, let Noli take it, and now you see OG starting to play this one in transition. We got in the first goal from SSG, scored on a great play from LJ, but if the defense is set from OG, how is Space Station Gaming going to get past it?
All right, now it's Hoxer trying to set up Chicago. Chicago putting a lot of eyes on SSG with his move over to the squad this offseason, and Noli will repel this shot. So it's Hoxer again from the skies. Hoxer, slow play, and he left it for LJ, but he couldn't get around on a shot.
Oh, and LJ now, good turn on the ball. Hoxer moving up in front too, trying to see the best place. He's trying to hold this wide. Chicago does want a good 50. Can he get the bump? He was looking for it on Calm, but Hoxer now playing this one into the midfield. Noli will take a piece of it, and SSG have to start from scratch. They're getting a bit creative on the offense. I like that they're looking for each other, and they're trying to disrupt with the physicality, but it hasn't been enough so far this game one.
Oh, JNaps at least stopped that effort, but then nobody else followed up for SSG. Might have been ripe for the taking there. Instead, it's going to be Calm, trying to dance around Hoxer, get around him. But Hoxer did well enough to delay and force him to make a play. That let Chicago make the stop. Hoxer can chase this down now with a full tank. Off the ceiling, Chicago runs under it, and he's past one, but Noli is right there, and the defensive OG puts the clamps down on Space Station.
LJ, though, with some space here in the midfield. Not a lot of boost, so pass the play to 50. Hoxer's there. Good challenge there from Noli to be able to cut things out. I mean, I enjoy them being able to eliminate space here on the side of OG, but they have been cornered into their own half. We haven't seen them on offense for quite some time. Space Station Gaming has definitely picked up the pace, and they've really won their 50s in the midfield. Deep challenge there for Chicago. He was pretty far out. Noli not going to be able to get the double. And LJ, even though he's got room to work with here, he's got to fight for the ball as Calm was all over it.
Calm grabbed that midfield boost. Oh, Noli and JNaps almost collided there. And a rare miscue for OG, who was working fantastically as a team. LJ now, oh, he had the double lined up, and JNaps, we talked about his defense before. It shines in that occasion, and then his shot almost got through, but blocked at the last moment by Hoxer. And now Calm just catch, control, and we're seeing OG be a lot more patient than I think we expect a lot of North American teams to be.
Oh, yeah, you are seeing that patience, but I am a little concerned because they're giving SSG a lot of room here. 1 minute to go. That 50 is going to get so much time here, at least for OG to get it a little bit set up. But JNaps a big backflip. Hoxer able to take that one, leaves it for LJ. JNaps, though, able to recover, gets a big time save.
Oh, Chicago got that over to Hoxer, who was still upfield. He missed on it, though. LJ needs a challenge. Falls back to Hoxer. He doesn't have anything to work with, though, and LJ demolished, and that should kill the attack, but JNaps whipped on it. It just bounced right over him, and Chicago makes his former teammate pay.
Oh, the demo smoke right in front of his car. JNaps couldn't see a thing, and the ball bounced right past him. And Chicago will secure the tying goal. 30 seconds left. It's anybody's ball game.
Oh, what a way to give up an equalizer. After things had worked so well. 25 seconds. Chicago to the backboard. JNaps has this, but it caught too much of the ceiling. Hoxer trying to get a piece of Noli, and LJ can't get around him. So now Chicago, plenty to chase this one down. Opts for the pass. Oh, Hoxer had a sitter, and he just couldn't put the shot away. 4 seconds left. Hoxer can turn on this. JNaps up to meet him. We go to overtime in game one.
Here we go, OT in game one. OG should have had this game in the bag. But all it took was one slight mistake, and Space Station Gaming start to pounce. Now OG have to force the issue. They were pretty good on the offense at the beginning. Calm looking for the double, does find it. Noli has to be patient here. Chicago was gonna get there first, and OG try to start over, but we have to see more offense from them. They kind of let off the gas late in the game. Now they gotta get back in the front footing.
Oh, Noli had that picked off his hood by Hoxer. And then Hoxer tried to take out JNaps on his way back, rotating over to the far side. And that might have been just enough disruption, as Calm has to bring that all the way across. Minimal boost to work with. JNaps had that blocked away, but he can take this off the feed from Calm. They'll be looking for boost collectively, will OG. Only Noli has any, as LJ through the air. Noli using that boost just to watch himself get knocked back. So now JNaps will leave it for Calm, but it's well cleared by Chicago. Watch LJ downfield, trying to win this game in the air of both these teams, and Calm will slow it down.
Thompson on the back wall. The teammates are going to let him pick up the boost. Everybody boosted up on the side of OG. Now here comes the transition. Calm, not able to win that 50, gets LJ, but Noli free ball. It's a good first touch, follows it up for the 50. JNaps is trying to get battle here against LJ. LJ plays it over him, but LJ's now out of boost. Does Calm know? He's going to turn on this one, look to control it. Noli gets a demo on the back end, and now Chicago has to try to see if he can buy time. It's these types of plays where you have to watch out. Every minimal mistake here could be a big difference maker. OG still with the majority of possession, though, as OT continues on.
OG had Gen.G guessing wrong for the better part of their series yesterday. Certainly for the entirety of the first two games as that pinball's around. And LJ has to kind of slow play this as he couldn't quite get onto that, and back pass to Chicago. A near miss opportunity there for Space Station Gaming. And we haven't seen that connection between Calm and Noli this time around. It really just the assist from Noli where he had the initial shot that Calm cleaned up on the rebound. As Space Station Gaming have battled every step of the way here in game one, and in overtime that threatens to go for quite a while here. When that last opportunity for SSG didn't go, that demo opens up another. Follow-up from Hoxer is just going to go to the backboard, and Calm will call off Noli, but now Noli takes over.
He does, gets it past Chicago. JNaps starting to transition. Hoxer sends it across. There was no boost in the corner, so Noli's floating. And Calm is going to opt to go back, pick up the mid. Now he's able to turn on this one after getting a free ball. Can he get a good follow? Does get a flip reset, and he's trying to follow with enough pace to be able to bump the defense, but it didn't work out. Noli, though, catches this one, and he was looking for a bump on Hoxer. They're trying to set up a lane for this shot, but they can't do it. Space Station Gaming's defense is locking it down.
Oh, there's a double commit between LJ and Chicago. LJ kind of a panic turn as that ball was near him, and it could be costly. It sure is. That double commit allows JNaps to score the overtime winner.
You see Kyle just playing this as high as possible off the ceiling, gives JNaps just a small way, but he was tracking it the entire time. OG, they may have let the beginning of the end of the game slip away from them, but they battle it back and take game 1 in OT.
When you go back to their performance against Gen.G in the Swiss stage, Daz, I believe that makes 2 overtime winners, or rather 2 game winners in a row. Now for JNaps, he ended that series with a goal late in regulation, and now gets the overtime winner in game 1 of the quarterfinals. So JNaps scoring when it matters most, and OG first step in.
Yep, first step in. The Space Station Gaming, again, it's just kind of getting that offensive pressure kind of sorted. They were trying the physicality out. It worked pretty well at the beginning, but then they couldn't really turn it into too many quality shot opportunities. OG's defense was phenomenal. JNaps had 4 saves that game, as well as shooting 50%. You'd love to see that coming in here from OG. Both teams very high percentage shooters, but when they're faced toe-to-toe, it does come down to some of these off-ball plays that have been the biggest difference maker here. So we take a look at the Mobile High Performance replay. We're loading up for Ben and Temple stacks. Space Station Gaming kept it close, but OG pretty much controlled the majority of that game. We got to see something different from SSG coming into game 2.
On the scoreboard, though, evenly matched. 2 teams that were both +4. They qualified in the 4th round. Oh, by the way, shots were equal, even with the overtime, 7 apiece. It ends in overtime with the game winner from JNaps. What will game 2 hold for us here as Naps tries to take over, and that's a good stop by LJ. And who's up for this? It is Hoxer. LJ trying to clip Noli on the way through. He's got to race back now as Calm's in the air, and the flip reset denied by Hoxer.
Great challenge there from Noli. LJ's getting a little bit of room. JNaps forcing him up the wall. LJ trying to play it off the ceiling. Calm though, good speed. He gets there first. Chicago a little awkward. Plays it towards the sidewall, is able to recover and win the 50. Space Station Gaming have good ideas upfield, but they're moving a little too slow. OG have been able to catch them and cut them off, forcing them back.
Well, LJ ran out of boost. Of course, OG didn't know that, but his teammates did. Now Chicago, second touch towards the net. Oh, LJ kind of went a little too far towards the middle and couldn't react in time to put the rebound through. Oh, Chicago just about finished it as well.
Still trying to hold on to this one too. Big stops here on the side of OG, but they're able to relieve the pressure. Now it's up to Space Station. You see Oxford getting these bumps off Calm. Calm says, get out of the way. Noli looking for a read. He does get that one on target, but LJ passing out. Good pass to Hoxer, good initial touch. Now he's gonna get a 50 against Calm. 3:26 in this one, and you're starting to see SSG really take a good foothold. They've been battling for this possession, and they've been winning it for the most part. They just need to turn it into some shot opportunities. Oh. Post touch out. Hoxer sends this one across. Chicago's gonna get it! And Space Station Gaming pick up the first goal. And as you see, we're missing stacks, so you're gonna be here with me for a little bit. Good touch there from Chicago. SSG set the tone here. 3 minutes and 3 seconds now. But we see if they can continue to build up off of this. Already quickly off the kickoff. Demos left and right. LJ, nice touch out. He's been doing phenomenal. He's been on the ball solo. Seeing a little bit more of that, it's gonna be big. It's Calm, tries to take this one. Looking to send it straight down. It's a good 50 on the side of JNaps. Calm low boost, banks the shot. JNaps gets a good redirect, and we're all tied up here in game 2. Beautiful setup, great knockdown, halfway mark here. And both teams really kind of showing what they can do. Getting more pressure. SSG want to get a quick response. LJ plays this one across, and Chicago looks to pick this one up, and We'll see whether or not SSG can pick this one up. I'm hearing that I've got some help with me. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, God. That's a great
I'm here.
Look,
And
you
so
see
is
that?
LJ. Whoa! I'm looking. He's missed, what, 3? He finally got this one. Yeah, got right through the first defender. Welcome to the lobby, LJ.
God.
Happy to see you here.
He heard you were joining the lobby, Jordan. He had to show up and he had to show out. A brilliant goal there on the side of LJ. Now we've got SSG with the lead. They have been fighting tooth and nail to take this game too.
Yeah, was definitely a shaky start for Space Station. OG playing really well as a unit so far. This is the best Space Station have done on the offense. See how long that holds with the quick shot and actually bumped 2 off the play. LJ's recovered. Chicago comes out, quick pass, and Hoxer was ready for it on the close angle.
These pass plays between both teams have been really showing what they can do, especially when they have that space in the midfield. That's why the midfield battle's been so important. You're seeing Hoxer get a little bit more comfortable with time, but look at that clearance. Straight to Com, and Com tries to push it forward, but SSG privy to it, and they've been making sure to kind of keep this one as close as possible, not giving OG too much room. Chicago, though, picks up his second goal of the game.
I thought Com would get this because he's sitting back. He sees this pass developing, and he just takes a little too long to get going. Com just did not respect Chicago's ability to shoot that ball. You see that pass come up, he's got to get in position. He did not, and basically gave that goal to Chicago.
High ball there. You got to watch out too off the kickoffs. They're quick and privy to try to see if they can set up some of these plays. Now SSG in a good spot. 2-goal lead as we approach the final minute. It's OG that's got to go.
Com is on the ball. J-Naps, slight pre-jump back to Nolly. And LJ was already up to meet him. Space Station starting to get privy to what OG are trying to do, moving the ball between each other in the thirds. It's a great success in game 1. Not so much here in game number 2. Chicago slots another from the same side, this time low.
And this again, Hoxer here with the setup too. Forcing Com to make that touch, gives it straight to Chicago. And he's been shooting phenomenal here. 3-4-7. He's been able to put many opportunities on net, and he's got 3 of the 4 SSG goals.
On the Com twice too. Has to feel bad from sitting from that side. First time, maybe understandable, because he might think Chicago's going high on the wall, maybe preparing for that. That second one, they coughed it up. More due to Space Station putting the pressure on, like you were saying. Chicago back over to LJ. And a very clean game from Space Station. LJ actually hitting his touches, being LJ. We're waiting for that. And Chicago slotting it as well. Hoxer was my big question mark, Daz. Like, headed into this entire Space Station series, but he slotted in quite well here in game 2.
Oh, but J-Nap gets one. And I agree with you on the statement, but I got to talk about Naps here. Look at this. Gets a touch off the ceiling, tracks it the entire way, and that secondary shot, the defense just was not ready for it. They're going to need some work here. 20 seconds left. They have to have a good kickoff.
That was a nasty shot for sure. Fake kickoff from OG, but it splits, and Com's got to try from his own back wall with little support. Double demo happening between Hoxer and Nolly. Space Station will hold here as Chicago slots in a couple of goals. A hat trick, actually. A little more than a couple. And Space Station quite alive in this series against OG.
Yes. Oh! Not with that one for the road. Naps
What's up,
got a hat
Napsack?
trick as well. Let's take one more look. Great shot. Beautiful redirect. Chicago got a little bit of an assist there as well. Space Station Gaming ultimately will take game 2. And we got a tied up series here.
We do have a tied up series, and game 1 was watching in the green room and just asking, like, LJ, what's going on, man? Like, I was talking about it on the desk. LJ just needs to execute. That's the only problem in the games that they lost. It was the problem against OG the last time they played in Swiss. When you look in their games against G2 and Gen.G, LJ is getting chances, and he's supposed to be that guy, making those types of touches that he did this game. We haven't seen that from him in a little bit. So maybe that has woken him up. The Space Station can earn that number 3 spot that all the pros are giving him.
Yeah, and even with OG out demoing them with the extra physicality, SSG were able to still manage that. And again, we talk about the midfield because in game 1, OG really did control that. Again, winning a lot of challenges. It felt like SSG was a little slow, but they picked up the speed and everyone sat up. I mean, you talk about Chicago especially, just really solid there from him winning a lot of challenges, but also continuing to get OG's defense working. That's big too, because if Chicago starts to become a threat and LJ warms up as well, then SSG suddenly become a very dominant front, and I don't know if OG can manage that defensively. They have been looking good though on the shooting side. JNaps has been popping off, but we'll have to see as both these teams continue to clash heads. Game 3 series is up to anybody at this point. We're tied 1-1 apiece.
And you talk about Chicago getting involved in the offense. I think the most important thing that does is it relieves the pressure on Hoxer.
Yeah.
Hoxer, we've seen him take over a lobby in the past. Again, the Space Station struggles when nobody is executing. It's hard to get that going. So if you can get Hoxer feeling more comfortable, that puts Space Station in a dangerous position. And tell me, Daz, how comfortable is he?
He's looking very comfortable. He's looking like, look at this. Look at that first touch. Gets the pop and then gets the follow perfectly. Activates the dodge in order to get the double. Hoxer, what a goal.
I mean, that skipped so far laterally to him. And even with the flip, you're thinking, oh, he's still going to have to stretch to make that work. But he banged that. Well done, Hoxer. And welcome to the lobby. Now OG are forced into a spot where you haven't really had that same control since game 1, really. Hoxer with the full tank here as he leaves the sky. Tried to bump quickly on Com, who avoids him. Trying to give the ball to the offensive output of JNaps, but he's denied by LJ.
Very aggressive here is SSG. Com last back, but not under too much duress. Wait a second, is that it? Oh, bounced off. Hoxer follow. It's in! Hoxer picks up the second goal. Space Station Gaming starting to ramp up.
And you saw the bump attempt from Chicago. It forced Com onto the wall, which is why he wasn't there for that shot. He's completely out of position after that. Space Station warped the rotation. LJ's shot didn't even need to be on target because Hoxer was there to punish all 3 players on Space Station, getting involved on that push, and are able to warp OG and break him.
Oh, and Chicago adding another.
That's got some heat. 99 kilometers per hour. And this shot is beautiful on the nose, full speed at it. The Chicago's having himself a nice back 2 games now. He had a hat trick in game 2. He's added a 4th goal to his entire total here in game number 3.
Well done for Chicago. Space Station Gaming as a unit have started to ramp up. We talked about LJ at the beginning, but the way Hoxer and Chicago are playing, this just gives him so much more room and comfortability. Now, we see Hoxer playing this one off the corner. OG, they got to fight back here because they start this series off in complete control. SSG is trying to take it away. Plenty of time left here in game 3, but not the start OG's looking for.
Decent catch from Nolly. He's got a pass. He's going for it. Com forced it by 2. Now JNaps gets a freebie. He goes for the pass. Com denied it again. Everybody from Space Station commits. Nolly slaps the ball. Backboard read is his, and Chicago's missed it.
Now crashes. Oh, it's so close. You just feel like OG needed to come away with that one. They had SSG's defense jumping Jorby, but they couldn't convert.
They keep control of the ball, though. It's a good pop. Forces LJ to play the ball high. Nolly gets the boost. Com on the wing. Beating Hoxer, bumping Hoxer, scoring the goal! OG aren't going so quietly here in game 3.
Took them a little bit of time, but they finally got it through. Look at this bump from Nolly, taking Hoxer out the play. Chicago had to jump because he realized Com had the shot lined up. OG racing against the clock to try to tie this game up.
And Space Station just had to relax on that defensive try there. It was 2 shots in a row where no one was expecting the pass when OG had been doing that the entire series in front of the box. And so all 3 committed twice in a row. It's gonna be hard to get control of the ball like that. It's gonna be hard to hold on to your boost like that. Your Space Station, you got a lot of insurance and plenty of time to stabilize. OG are starting to win those touches. And that's Com's MO. If you can't beat them, delete them. Com takes this one and we're down by 1.
Said toodaloo. Free look after the errant touch from LJ, and Com gets a big payout. He's got 2 goals. OG 1 goal away from being tied up in this game, and there is so much time on the clock for them to do so.
could be a critical game in this series as well. OG facing some pressure again. LJ, the double, denied, and even if he gets solid contact, Calm was there. Now Noli off to the ceiling, trying to play quickly. Still had the flip, but Hawkser was right there underneath him. And LJ will continue downfield for Space Station.
Oh, flip reset went way towards the corner there for LJ. Chicago trying to keep this one in play. And now you're also seeing some of the demos off ball. Nats has to be up quick. Chicago tried to read it, but no one made contact. Free ball here for Calm. Noli gonna take that side boost so he can stay in the play. He was a little low. And the 50 is going towards him. JNAP's waiting for an opportunity to get involved. He's gonna have to slow down Hawkser. Demo again on the play here, and LJ has it all by himself. But for how long? Gets a beat past one, but Noli able to get there in time.
Chicago's got to wait for JNAPs here. Actually lost control of the ball there. The soft touch to LJ helps break them out. Oh, now LJ in the air, but can't quite get there. Still a chance for Space Station to hold. Hawkser does his job. LJ sitting on the left side. Chicago with a full tank of boost as well. And they're warping the pitch again, getting some bumps, but Hawkser with no boost has to buy time as LJ got demoed on the play. Space Station are forced to the corners.
Oh, good from Noli playing the low 50. Worked out, but couldn't get the pass across the Calm. Calm was sitting low boost as well. Hawkser trying to see if he can set up a play. Chicago, he wanted the shot chance, but you have to respect JNAP's being there for the clear. And this one is starting to come to with some very ambitious plays on both sides. As, again, more space here and opportunities. A lot of people playing last back by themselves, trying to buy time for their teammates as the passing upfield is becoming very deep. Chicago now trying to see if he can set something up, and Noli knocks it away. We're hitting that final 30 seconds. The pace is starting to ramp up. JNAP's shot is blocked away. Noli with the follow, not going to be able to make contact, and OG got to let it go.
Oh, Calm. Tough place to be. LJ kept the touch close, and he couldn't really go out and get it. It was at an awkward angle. Space Station break out of starting to look like a prime OG opportunity. Calm's got all the midfield boost spawns. That's nice. Now he can push it across. Beats LJ to the play. Got another touch past Chicago. JNAP dropped to Noli, and it's denied. LJ on top of it. Just one pass too many. And that may do it here at the end. 0-second drill for OG will not happen. Space Station take the lead in the series.
They had to fight for it as OG tried to strike back. Space Station came in with that strong 3-goal start. Hawkser phenomenal. Chicago still shooting well. And when you see OG go down 3, you're like, oh man, this could be something that's very, very bad. But no, they lock it in, make mid-game adjustments to try to push themselves into opportunities, and then they make the most out of them. Calm with the demos was super effective. JNAP's had some good shots as well, and Noli was able to keep the ball in, but it just wasn't enough. That being said, no timeouts here for OG, even though they are down 2-1 in the series. It kind of goes to show you they still have that confidence that they don't need to take a pause here. They're ready to keep going.
And some critical bump attempts from Space Station as well. Think about the one from Chicago, forcing Calm onto the wall that opened up the space for LJ and Hawkser to put it in. I mean, Hawkser with that shot was ridiculous. Talk about a can opener. And that touch right there, you saw Calm have to hop up on that play. So that's been the name of the game, to holding OG down. I do think OG, I love the ideas in the passing in the third, and that has given them a lot of success. You talked about Calm being demo heavy to help complement that. But I think sometimes they maybe go for one pass too many. Might be worth taking a couple more shots a little earlier just to keep Space Station guessing, because they've started to figure it out a little bit. So we'll see how OG adjusts to that. You said they're great on the comeback, for sure. That's 2 games in a row now they've gotten caught like that.
You're right. And then maybe, again, a little bit more of the individual plays to be able to set things up. If you start relying on the pass game, you start to become predictable. You can't be predictable against the Space Station Gaming squad. You got to keep them on their toes.
JNAPs straight up bullies LJ off the kickoff and off the ball. And now he'll take control, meeting Chicago. His old teammate. LJ will knock the ball back downfield. It's so impressive to me still that Chicago and JNAPs still hanging around, competing at a high level. And watch them play against each other here. 2 teams vying for major position. Space Station all important. Again, with Luminosity out of the top 8, they got a huge chance to extend their points and get down to 5 points behind OG if they win here. Chicago really trying to force that back to LJ, and that's what I'm talking about with LJ. Those chances that he usually scores, he misses.
And that one could have been a first goal of the game on the side of SSG. But now they've got to rotate out, play. Wait, no, they're actually trying to keep this one in. This is consistent offensive pressure from Space Station Gaming. We haven't really seen them with this much possession over the course of the series, just keeping OG stuck in their half as much. A little bit of a breakout, and look at that. LJ so quick to the ball to knock it back in.
Well, this Hoxer's touch, too. I mean, OG were ready to play that touch, but then Hoxer played it behind him, giving LJ a chance at it. Every touch going their way, man. Oh, no.
I got not the best clear. You see, you know, you got a bad habit at that.
That's bad.
Let's see what OG can do. They've been struggling here. No shots so far in this game, but also not really any much possession outside of their own half. They've been struggling. Space Station Gaming have really just increased up the pressure. Anytime they get past the midfield line, someone knocks it all the way back in.
You know, that being said, Space Station have only generated 2 shots on net. That one's not going to count, as Nolly met him at the origin point. OG have been able to handle business on defense. Comes down to holding on, like you said, not just the midfield, but actually applying pressure. They're scooping the ball away, but those follow-ups, they're forced to respond to Space Station. You're not going to find much offensive success that way, as they still try to find a way out.
Chicago trying to get a turn there, able to knock it to the side. LJ's going to pick up the mid boost. J-Naps, big clear, but look, LJ again, big cutoff. Now Calm on top of the ball, has no lead, waiting on the wing, but Chicago will get there first. Good little pop-up, and Hoxer really quick to try to force this one down to the other side of the field. SSG, though, a little awkward on the press, and now they've got to fight for possession once again. A little bit of a breakaway. Can Kyle get the redirect? Oh, he couldn't. It was just too high.
Ripped it too high. LJ's playing with a little bit of anxiety moving down the field, because you saw him like kind of boost into the play earlier, and that ended up putting him in a spot where his teammates not expecting him to be. They end up double committing. They've got control. It's just the little things there that open up space for Calm on that redirect. And he missed that one, but would he miss the next one?
LJ gets blocked out. Calm getting that follow-up. Nice light touch. J-Naps low. And Hoxer able to get a piece of that one. Now Hoxer again, flick over. SSG trying to get out of their own half. Noli puts his midfield, but there's no one there for OG. And now you're starting to see that little pre-jump for Calm. He's trying to cut off the play. He saw it developing. Chicago sets it up, but Noli able to knock it back out. Hoxer leaves that one. Good redirect there from LJ, but thankfully for OG, Calm was back on defense.
I think Calm's having a good game for, you talked about that pre-jump, that forced Space Station out to the corner, made it so much easier for J-Naps and Noli to read. Not bad, but again, all the defense is great, but as we know with Cloud9, defense only gets you so far. OG's still struggling, despite the boost not really being completely in Space Station's favor, to get control of the ball. Nice job sticking underneath Hoxer there. And a demo to give some space. He goes for the hard pass to Calm instead, with LJ sitting back a bit. But again, LJ stuffs him. Great catch.
Great catch. OG now trying to start to see if they can get some passes in transition. Ooh, a little awkward there, and will be sent over to the side. But still more pressure. That's a high ball, and Nab's able to get there. SSG, they want to be able to end this one in regulation, but OG has not given them the chance.
They have not, despite now 5 shots on net, maybe a 6th coming. As Hoxer wins another touch, puts it in front.
No way!
Lands on the ball, boostless, useless. 1-0 for Space Station. They couldn't get out.
They couldn't get out, and unfortunately for Calm, that touch went everywhere he didn't want it to go. Right in the net. SSG, the pressure pays off, and they just got to hold on for the next 30 seconds.
OG have been trying everything to work by this team. A hard touch again from Noli. And LJ doesn't have to do much work to play that. J-Naps tries with the short hop air dribble, forces the 50 off one. No bump on the second. Chicago gets the 50, and they've missed the ball. Cobb coming forward, reading LJ's touch, but can they actually get down the field? It may take a 0-second try. Here's Noli up high. Chicago with 56. Feathers and drops it down. Space Station 1 game away from their first top 4.
1 game away, but it's the way that this one has been going. This one comes off of a mistake from Calm late in the game. They had such good defense. They were able to maintain things, but they couldn't get out on offense.
On that play. Didn't he get chipped on that play?
He did. He did look a little awkward. That is for sure.
Yeah. We do have a timeout. Sorry, Taz. We do have a timeout from OG. Now down 3-1 in the series. But Calm has been facing a lot of that pressure. And you know what they say. You must not feel good to get the taste of your own medicine. And he's been facing a lot of physical heat from Space Station on the back line. So you talked about the pressure becoming too much at the end for OG to handle. You're left without enough boost to do anything, and he does have to avoid and try to recover. Honestly, a good try recovering there from Calm. I don't know how in the world you try to make the play there. Oh!
That's what it'll come down to. You can see a little bit of the frustration there too from Calm here. But they gotta get it together. And now you get the timeout from them. I think it's definitely important to slow things down. OG started off with so much energy, but ever since the game one, it's just felt like SSG's turned up the heat, and they've really struggled to catch up to that and really get back to their form of just putting on good shots and keeping offensive pressure. They've played more defense since then.
Yeah, JNaps was the only one trying to slow things down between Calm and Noli. When they're in the corners, Space Station are lurking in the thirds. Like several times, Noli goes for a hard touch pass over to his teammate, but there's always someone from Space Station ready to thwart that. Going to it every time, I think, is the problem. JNaps trying to slow it down by that time. Noli and Calm aren't ready, and JNaps is just buying time. So more space utilization from OG can help them. JNaps has shown he can be that difference maker. Does need that support as well. Talked about the passing game for OG. I don't think you go away from that. There just has to be a mix-up here for OG to keep Space Station on their toes, because Space Station have every idea of how OG are moving the ball around right now.
Yeah, not only that, they've just been all excelling individually on SSG. And when you have that level of comfortability on the ball, it makes it very hard to guard defensively. They've been getting a lot of big wins there in the midfield, and they've been utilizing it. Even here off the start, Hawks are good control. See, he plays it low, gets a pass one, now boom, Chicago pass two. It's just, it works for them. They're able to just take their time, and when they do take their time, they're able to outthink OG every single time. It's gonna be up to OG to force them to be in uncomfortable situations.
Hoxer was the player that I was keeping a close eye on coming into this series. And, well, he has certainly widened my eyes a little bit, and he's found a little bit of his previous season self in this lobby. Oh, no way, that's twice. Oh, dude, Calm. I'm not gonna lie to you, Dad. I'd be so tilted if I were Calm right now. How many times has happened to you? It bumps, and the balls just hit right into you, dude.
Right into you. LJ comes to clean it up again. Even after the timeout, mistakes still on the side of OG Esports. This time, though, backs are against the wall. They are at risk of losing this series in 5. They got to get it going. Tom there with a good demo, and see that light touch out. Can OG start to make the press? Can they win the midfield here?
And Space Station in position in the major and the world championship race to get a little closer to OG. This is a very important game for them. You don't want OG to stick around in this series. You'd love to shore it up and well, connect on your date with G2 tomorrow. But you gotta get through the next 4 minutes here. Done well enough so far. Ball's over Noli's head. LJ denied by Calm as it's pushed back to the left side.
See SSG trying to set something up here. LJ, look at the space. Able to give it to Hoxer. He was trying to play a little double off the back wall. Was clearly cleared out. SSG still up by 1. 3:30 on the clock. Is LJ not the best touch? He's got to go back. JNaps may have a shot here. Hoxer, great block out from Hoxer. Was a dangerous chance there, but SSG able to get out.
No touch from Hoxer. JNaps feeling Chicago pressing, just lets him come forward. Space Station are still finding a way back to this ball into the corner. Now Hoxer gets a free touch, goes for the reset, and Noli stretches for another save. Still the same story of the last few games in the opening 2 minutes. They break through. JNaps, low boosts. Chicago, low, and Noli cut off the high angle, but they're not getting possession. They're getting dusted on the counter. Nobody back for OG. Chicago picks up another goal.
Chicago tries to play the 50 just straight towards Hoxer. He ends up picking up the boost, and Hoxer sends the ball right back to him. Great redirect, great 1-2 play. Hoxer's assisted every single goal. Space Station Gaming now still in control. They started this series off a little loose, but ever since then, they've had a firm grip on the series.
Saturday has been a day of domination with all of the quarterfinals not being close at all. Maybe you could argue Snowman Cloud9 in game number 1 was close. The score was close, but looking at the pitch, Snowmen were the clear favorite with how they were playing. Everyone else, it has been multi-goals. Gen.G short up on Rebellion. Space Station, they dropped the game at the start. But since then, it's been easy rolling here in the shop.
And people said, what do you see from SSG that has you so confident? I think it's this. The way that everybody is able to get involved, and like you said, execute on the offense, find each other. This is what people expected out of Space Station Gaming. But wait a second, Naps able to knock one in. We've seen what happens when OG starts to get good things going late.
Well, LJ hurrying up. And I think, again, kind of looking at the ball and the first attacker, not expecting his teammate to come in and dive the angle on the 50. Really rushed into it like he was going to attack that ball. And that 50 puts him out of position. Instead, you give OG an inch. They'll shove a wrench in there and rip it wide open. It's a heavy touch from LJ. Back to it. Where's the way out for Comp? Chicago's cutting off the passing lane. He tried to play it tight, and LJ takes it away from him. Space Station take control again. Hoxer. Strong touch. Chicago wisely hearing Noli jump and will wait for the back pass to LJ. Nice.
It'll be interesting to see how Space Station Gaming decides to approach these final few minutes. Light touch there, shot. No, it's off the crossbar. Khan will turn around, follow up. JNF, I got a redirect that pulled out too. Everyone low on boost on Space Station. Noli though, that ball is too far out. Now he's gonna use all his boost to keep it in play. Chicago's been able to pick up pads. He's gonna get to this one quickly. JNF, speed test, it's high. Again. OG, that would seem like their best chance all game long. Now it's going the other way. We're approaching the final minute. They gotta do something here, Jorby.
Yeah, the executive dysfunction has appeared to have been passed to OG. Space Station picked them off again. Chicago, the thief, takes another goal and adds to his total. He's had about, what, 6-7 goals in this series? That ball comes out for free. Noli sitting on the wall is not gonna be able to chase it down. What a statement here from Space Station. Everyone thought, I even thought, you know, on the desk, I had them winning this series. Yet, I thought it was gonna be close. I did not think it was gonna be this.
This is a fully functional Space Station Gaming. They are in orbit. They're letting you know they're flying high over North America at this time. Top 4 bound. And I mean, you got to give credit to everybody because this has been a full team effort. Again, Chicago with another assist. Hoxer banks his second goal, and he's got 600 points, a couple saves from him too. He's been all over the field, and it's not like he's alone there. Everybody has been putting in work here on SSG.
And this is why the pros who participated in the power rankings all had Space Station in the 3rd spot, except for one player. You know, the results hadn't been there. But they had beaten, other than OG, they had beaten every other team not named G2 and Gen.G. And you really thought, you know, these pros play Space Station and scrims all the time. They know them better than anybody else. They've executed here. They've shown some 3rd place potential, or 3rd seed potential, not 3rd place potential, as Com takes this one up. That will be the end of the series. Space Station absolutely whop OG out of the tournament to the semifinal for the first time this season.
Well-deserved win by SSG. The way they were able to perform here, especially after starting that series off pretty poorly, they were able to force OG into uncomfortable spots. Everybody stepped up. We saw highlight plays from Hoxer, from Chicago, and even from LJ. Even though he may not have been the main star of the show, but that's a good sign there for Space Station Gaming moving forward. It does feel like they're finally starting to click here.
Absolutely. This is, with Hoxer feeling confident, I think that's huge for Space Station, but I mean, you couldn't run into a bigger Titan in North America than, well, the other Titan that you've been facing. Now you got to play G2, who you haven't won against at all in Swiss. But maybe the playoffs can be different. Maybe Space Station are a little different this time. Hawks are taking the top honors, and you got to be impressed with the way they handled business after game 1.
It was a phenomenal series for between SSG and OG, but Space Station Gaming proved that they deserve to be in the top 4, at least 4 now. But let's get to the Death's thoughts on that last series.
It was their series to lose. They did not lose it. What an accomplishment from Space Station as they finally shake off the top 8 curse and make their way to the top 4. All it took, Bates, was them just to not be facing Gen.G or G2, and look at how good they are.
I mean, it took that, and they really looked really solid. I really want to give a shout out to LJ. It was a masterclass from him, especially on the defensive end. They couldn't get the ball by him. OG just couldn't do it. And if they did ultimately end up getting a pop shot at it, he was always there to meet it, kept the game clean, made it where SSG, the chance they got, they would take the lead. And OG, they just didn't have that firepower that was necessary, that was required to beat a Space Station defense, Jorby, that was just that solid.
I mean, it was all there in game 1. I mean, they were passing the ball all over the place. Space Station were getting dizzy from how often their cameras were swinging around. And then they just downloaded them. Chicago said, you know what? Enough's enough. I'm just going to hop the route. And like you said about LJ, especially on the back wall, every single time catch.
Every time.
Nobody could
every
go.
time.
Absolutely excellent. And can we talk about that Hoxer flip reset double tap? Like,
in game 3?
That was disgusting. Like that was a like a tone. I don't want to say tone setter. What's the tone finisher, I guess? Because OG just never recovered after that.
Nah. I'll tell you what happened.
All right, tell me.
See, SSG, they realized that they might be in a pickle, so they sent from the orbit. They took out Stax' internet, then they added Jorby. And the moment they added Jorby, everything started going well for him. It all happened in game number 2. That's the conspiracy that you got to roll with, everybody. If you're an OG fan, that's what you got to do. Jorby, when he's on the call for Space Station, it goes well for him, and it took out Stax.
Stax has to up his missile defense system in his house. So, poor guy on his internet. Shout out Stax.
This number 1 play today.
Oh my
goodness.
Disgusting.
Reverse.
Give me that Hoxer shot back. I don't know why Com thought Chicago was going to the back wall there. I guess it makes sense why he thought it was going. Look at the stretch for that dude. The pre-flip there is insane to go get that read. Come on now.
Top corner, too. That was the best they've seen. That was the best they've looked offensively. It was just really this game 2 and game 3. Game 4, game 5, they kind of just slowed it down and went back to their standard way of playing. But they showed flashes right there. Unfortunate mistouch by Com right there, Jorby.
Com, he did his best to recover after getting chipped. Looking from his cam, it was definitely impressive how he tried to adapt to it, but unfortunately could not get it done wave.
They couldn't quite get there, but Space Station rolled to a 5-game win here. Sad Jr. standing by with Lemon Kiwi.
Thank you so much, Wave Punk. Yes, I am joined by Sad Jr. Hopefully, Happy Jr. after how that series went. Congratulations on the win. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So how did the team stay motivated, and what was worked on between the last regional to today?
There's a lot of things to kind of cover from our team's perspective. I don't really want to leak anything, but we had to tackle a big issue that was present in our previous split. It took a good amount of time, but I think we found the right balance of how we wanted to play and how to change our play style so that those issues could be mitigated.
Yeah, I mean, you guys look incredible. First time in the semi. It's a good day to be a Space Station fan. And now comparing yesterday to today, how was that progression between Swiss into playoffs? And what did you think of the series against OG?
Historically, Swiss hasn't had as much pressure on us as bracket. As you know, last split it was unfortunate for us to face both G2 and Gen.G every single regional or every single qualifier. In fact, this time around we narrowly avoided playing Gen.G again for the 4th time in quarters. So we were really excited to play a team that wasn't the top 2 to qualify for, to go for top 4.
So you're just happy that wasn't Gen.G. Did you have lower expectations, or you felt more confident going against OG then?
I mean, honestly, we're confident against any team right now. I'd say that with full confidence that I think we've improved quite a bit over the break that we had between Split 1 and Split 2. But we just wanted to play somebody else. Like, sometimes you just get sick of playing the same team.
You broke the curse. Yes, and those improvements have shown. You got everybody hyped from the green room to on the call, but bad news. Tomorrow you have to go up against G2 for a shot at the final. What are your thoughts on how to approach a team like that?
Well, it's a tough match. G2 obviously is the best team in North America currently, undisputed in my opinion. I think it will be obviously a long series. It will really depend on if we can bring out our full potential. Obviously, there's a lot less pressure on us now that we've made top 4. So I feel like that'll benefit us going into tomorrow, just staying level-headed and, you know, playing the way we want and truly giving them a good fight, honestly. I think if we do that, we do have a chance at taking them down.
Absolutely, and we believe it. The work has shown, the improvements are there. You guys are reaching newer heights, and you're on a solid track to make your way to London. So congratulations once again. Thank you for your time, and best of luck against G2 tomorrow.
Thank you.
With that top 4 finish, Space Station has earned a date with G2 in the semifinals. The winner will play for the title of Open Qualifier champion. We will see those matches happen tomorrow. On the other side of things, the challenger will become from Snowman versus Gen.G. 4 teams remain. Only one will hold the title, Bates.
Only one will hold the title. In our semifinals, we have rematches from the Switch stage. G2 Strive went up against Space Station. G2 won down. Snowman went up against Gen.G. Snowman won down. So rematches here in the semifinals. And also, we have all these organizations in North America, yet we still find a way to get one team in the top 4 that isn't represented by anybody. That has to be, that is an insurmountable feat. What are the odds of that? They have to be low.
Imagine. If they can do it, you can do it too, chat. Just telling you. Listen, there's no reason not to sign up. Look at the teams that can make it all the way here, Jorby.
Right, yeah, just, you know, put all your time into the game and be absolutely correct. In the top 0.001%, very easy.
Just be good.
The top 4 here in North America, just don't be bad, and you'll get there too. I've been very impressed with Snowman. I am excited to see them in a 7-game set against Gen.G. Curious how Gen.G. will adapt.
Yeah, how things will change with the marathon, maybe with a timeout in there as well. We'll see how it goes. Folks, if you want to watch these players play in person, make sure you get your tickets and make your way to London. That is going to be the end of June 20th through 23rd, I believe, were the dates there. Ticketmaster.co.uk. You're not going to want to miss it. It's an excellent experience here. Tomorrow, we have some excellent games happening. We will conclude the bracket. We just showed you both the semifinals. We will also have the grand finals here for you. I mean, we're looking at the 2 matches. Bates, which one are you more excited about? Seeing SSG finally in top 4 or seeing the Snowman rematch against Gen.G?
I'm ready to see the Snowman go up against Gen.G. I want to really see if Snow always lands on top. Because Gen.G, Jack was saying they didn't play good. They didn't play great yesterday. They obviously fixed the mistakes and they're feeling more confident. Jack said, we played good, we're going to beat them. We played bad, they got a chance. Snowman, on the other hand, it just looks like they're having fun with it. They're young guns. They're changing the narrative in North America. They're applying a lot of offensive pressure against teams that usually aren't accustomed to having to play that much defense. They did it against Gen.G. That's the matchup I want to see. G2 Strive versus Space Station. What was the stat wave? G2's beat them how many times in a row?
5 times.
Yeah, so I mean, you might as well not even watch that one. But everybody needs to watch the Snowman versus Gen.G versus Gen.G Mobile One. I think that match is going to be absolutely fantastic.
Hang on. LJ's executing now. He wasn't executing before.
Listen.
And now he's executing.
Listen. I see, look, I want to give Space Station the props, but the whole entire time I'm watching that match against OG, I'm like, this is why they can't beat G2 or Gen.G. You can't beat G2 or Gen.G just hoping that LJ can somehow stop Daniel, Atomic, and Beast Mode, and all 3 of them are flying at you. You can't do it. Somebody else is gonna have they're gonna have to play some offense. LJ can't just be sat back there trying to do everything, trying to be Superman against a team that great, and that's why they lose. That's why they end up losing. That's what's gonna happen. I'm not gonna say that's not gonna happen tomorrow, but if they're gonna change that, if they need Chicago, they need Hoxer, at least all be back there in defense, or they all need to start playing offense themselves if they're gonna be G2.
Yeah, Bates, Jorby, we can argue about this for hours tomorrow. We're going to have a lot of time because these matches are going to be hot and coming in hot at 10 a.m. Pacific. Will be the kickoff of that first game. We'll the pre-show live at 9:30. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Get me.
Ooh, nice play. Alright, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an ally.
Get back to work.